Mike, what's that share?
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of GHR IPL, I welcome you all for the third day of FDP on generative AI and its application, organized by Department of Artificial Intelligence, sponsored by AICT Teaching and Learning Academy. We are privileged to have our today's speaker, Dr. Shirish sir, with us. May I request our coordinator of FDP, Dr. Smita Nekhi ma'am, to kindly welcome Dr. Shirish Shevade sir with bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Dr. Shirish Shevade sir is a distinguished professor at Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. He is an expert in the intersection of generative AI and natural language processing. His research focuses on application of generative AI in NLP, including text generation, summarization, and machine learning translation. He has published numerous research papers on generative AI and NLP and has been invited to the speak at various conferences and workshops on the topic. Dr. Shevade sir expertise in generative AI and NLP and makes him an excellent choice to introduce the audience to the existing world of generative AI and its application in NLP. Now I request
Audible? Yes. Uh, yeah. Good morning. So let me first thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk on generative AI and NLP. And thanks, madam, for the nice introduction. Yeah. So today I'll be talking about generative AI and uh,
we will take the side.
okay. Yeah. So I think all of you are familiar with the field of AI. Some of you must have worked in this area for many years, right? So must be aware that the field of AI is not new, right? It has been in it has been active since last 75 years. So one of the you might know that one of the first developments in the area of AI was way back in early 1950s. And perceptual model was developed. Right? The scientific community is always interested in finding out how the human brain works. Yeah. Right? And perceptron was one initial attempt to mimic the human brain. Right? And this happened sometime in 1950, and then over a period of time, people started talking about neural networks, right? But then the main focus on neural networks came sometime in 1984 when the backpropagation algorithm was developed. So till that time, people were not clear about how to train neural networks. Right? So once the backpropagation algorithm was proposed sometime in 1984, right? Then the neural networks started becoming popular. And then for about 10 years, the neural networks, different versions of neural networks like convolutional neural networks or feed-forward neural networks. They were popular. And in around 1992, what happened was the concept of support vector machines came. I'm sure some of you have studied support vector machines, right? So the after the invention of support vector machines, what happened was that the neural networks community moved towards support vector machines. So the support vector machines, they had certain advantages over neural networks in the sense that training a support vector machine is much easier compared to neural networks. And then when you train a network, there are some problems of local minima. Those problems of local minima are not there for support vector machines for classification and regression problems. So that made people more interested in support vector machines. So development in neural networks took the backseat. So for about 20 years or so, or 15 years, the support vector machines were popular. But then in early 2010, in that decade, there were some researchers who started working on developing these algorithms. Right? So because of the inventions of GPUs and TPUs and so on, the training a deep neural network was very much possibility, and therefore, so slowly the support vector machines again got the backseat, and then the deep networks became very popular. So over the last 10, 15 years, we might have seen a lot of development has happened in the area of deep uh, neural networks, right? And one of the latest thing is the generative AI, right? Which is very much possible because of the deep networks that we see today, right? Is there anyone in the audience who has not heard about ChatGPT? Right, so everyone knows about the generative models, right? So today I'll talk briefly about some of these generative models, and especially their relevance to natural language processing, or how they have been effectively used. So the generative AI has made a big impact in our even our day-to-day life. Right? So we'll see some of those things in today's lecture. So please feel free to interrupt me at any point if you have questions. You don't have to wait till the end of the session to ask questions. Okay, so before going to the generative AI, let me briefly talk about the traditional AI. So for many years, people were talking about solving a classification problem or a regression problem. So here is an example of a classification problem. You have suppose two classes, right? So the one class is shown by the blue squares, and the other class shown by the red circles. And the aim is to design a classifier which separates the two classes, right? So these kinds of problems we come across in our day-to-day life. For example, if you receive an email, you would like to categorize it as a spam email or a non-spam email, right? So that means that you first need to get a representation for the emails, right? And those representations could be in the form of a two-dimensional, for example, a two-dimensional vector for each mail. So you one figure shows that representation. Uh, I mean, other examples are, say, digit recognition. Just go back. Yeah, other examples are the digit recognition, handwritten digit recognition, or the document classification. So, whenever you have a problem like a classification of a document or classification of digits, you first convert them to represent the documents or represent the digits using say a d-dimensional vector of real numbers, and then design a classifier, right? So sometimes you may use a linear classifier like which is shown here on the left side, or sometimes you may use a non-linear classifier, right? So it is your design choice that based on the data set that you have, you may decide to use a classifier of your choice, right? And some of the popular classifiers are vector machines that you might have seen. AdaBoost is another popular classifier. People when you see AdaBoost, for many years to solve different classification problems. The other interesting classifier is the random forest, which is basically a collection of decision trees, which you might have studied in.
So can we have another mic?
Yeah. So these were some of the classifiers. There are many more, but these are some of the popular classifiers, right? So the main idea in traditional AI was that you are given a data set, and then you try to design some model based on the data set, and to do some inference about the data set, so that any new test point comes, which is unseen by the model, you will be able to classify that using the model which is designed. That's the aim of a traditional classifier. Next slide.
Next slide.
Next. Yeah. So here is another problem that is typically handled in traditional AI. You are given a data set, so you can see that there are some points which are denoted by plus in this figure. So this data set is given to you, and you are asked to pick a function which best approximates the given data. So there are again different number of ways to fit a function to the given data. And so one such function is shown here by the blue color squares. And we use of that. So this is again a typical regression problem which is solved by earlier, statisticians were interested in this. Now the machine learning community is also interested in solving this problem. Right? So where you are given a data set and you try to fit a model to the given data set. Right? And so some of the popular regression models are in support vector machines or Gaussian processes. So you might have studied some of these things in your classes, or you might have taught some of these things. So those of you who are already in the faculty set, right? So then there is a problem of clustering where you want to categorize the data into different groups. So these are some of the typical uh, problems that are solved by the AI communities. Okay, now take the question. Can you recognize this element is here? Yeah, sir. Any watch these movies or do you any of this? So don't worry, you don't know because this person don't exist. Okay. So this is the generative AI. Okay, so using some of these models, it is possible to generate the images of persons. Right. So this is the generative AI for developing.
Sir, what's the question? Sir, what's the question?
So generative AI is something where a model is trained on some training data, and then the same model is used to develop new content, right, which is not there earlier. Right? So this is the result of a generative AI. Okay. So I tell you to in the slide in the beginning. Okay. So here is so not only images, right? You can also generate text. Right? So if you use GPT-3 and if you ask GPT-3 who is Elon Musk, then you can see that GPT-3 reported generated a sequence of sentences and which do make sense. For example, it says that Elon Musk made a name for himself at Tesla, where he transformed the auto industry. In 2009, the entrepreneur and founder of Tesla Motors was named the world's most hated person. Today, Musk is the richest man on earth. Right? So this is the output which is given by GPT-3. right? And this looks like a human written text, okay? But this content was, I mean, you could not find this content anywhere on the web. So it is not that this information was there on the web and GPT-3 just got it from the web and then gave it to you. No, right? So GPT-3 generated this sequence of sentences. Right? The only thing that it requires is the prompt. And the prompt was that there in the book, like, who is Elon Musk? That was the prompt, right? You view the prompt and then it will give you uh, it will generate a sequence of sentences related to the prompt. And so prompt can be anything. Uh, and so then go to next page. Okay. So now not only the English language text, right? You can use GPT to generate the code. Okay. I think some of you cannot read this, but I'll read out for you. So the prompt here is, could you help me write a program? It should take in a job title out of the following list. So the list is different professions: doctor, nurse, teacher, researcher, brain surgeon, waitress, fireman, police officer, and return the gender of the work. Okay. So this is the question that was asked to GPT, right? And then here is the response from GPT-4. Okay. I would be happy to help you write a program that does that. Here is the Python implementation. Okay, so this is given by GPT-4. Okay, so what GPT-4 has done is that defined two arrays. One is the male jobs and the female jobs. So the male jobs contain doctor, researcher, brain surgeon, fireman, police. Female jobs, that array contains nurse, teacher, waitress. And then the algorithm and the program is very simple. Is that the job title is in male jobs, and the input is in the male jobs, then the return male. Else, if the input is in female jobs, then return female. Otherwise, return on. Right. So this is all done by GPT-4. Right. So you have to give a description in a natural language of your problem statement, and then out comes the some Python implementation or some other language implementation, right? So you can not only English language text, but you can also generate programs by giving a description. Right? Now, do you see any problem with this? Okay, doctor. Doctor can be exactly. So this is the problem with the existing models, right? The gender bias, because they are trained on the data set probably which has the gender bias, right? So lot of work currently is going on to remove that gender bias or racial bias in the models like this. Okay. So the ideal answer for this would have been that it is not possible to discriminate between different jobs based on the gender. That would have been the right answer that GPT should have given. But it voluntarily chose to divide the professions into two categories. Right? So that's the problem. Right? So this is the problem that one has to live with unless one works on fairness in generative models. Okay, so these are some of the introductory examples just to give you some idea about what generative AI models are capable of. Next slide. So here is a somewhat informal definition of generative AI. So they basically the models which are aimed for generating content, right? They are basically they use unsupervised or semi-supervised algorithms. So unsupervised means there are no labels. Semi-supervised means some partially read. The data is partially read, right? That use existing content. So existing data set is used, right, to generate realistic new content, right? So whatever we saw here, right, the images or the text about Elon Musk, or the program that we saw, right? It looks like a realistic. It looks like a human written or human generated uh, sequence of sentences, right? And that is new. So such a content was not there on the web, right? It is new, right? So this is all in response to a prompt. So what you have to do is that you have to give some prompt, like what you are looking for. And based on that prompt, uh, the model will give you a realistic new content, right? Now, as you can see that the new content can be image, it can be text, it can be a program, it can be speech, I mean, it can be an audio signal, and it can also be a video, right? So the medium can be anything, right? Uh, and some of the applications where the generative AI models are used is of course data augmentation. That when you have scarce data, that there is a data scarcity. For example, in Indian languages, there's not too much of text available, digital text available on the web compared to English or other European languages, right? So, in such a case, if you want to train a model to do some classification job, it will need some more data. So, data augmentation is the important field where generative AI finds applications, right? And of course, natural language understanding and generation, right? So, understand uh, prompt and then generate something in response to prompt. Right? So, especially you might have heard about chatbots, right? Where the chatbots will respond to your query and you try to give some answer. Right? So you have to understand what the customer is saying, and then in response to that, they have to generate a text. Right? Generative AI also finds applications in art, fashion. New fashions can be generated based on some of the models which are trained on existing data sets. Right? Engineering design, right? New design patterns can be generated with generative AI. Entertainment industry, the music industry, film industry, they also get benefited uh, from the generative AI. Next slide, please. Right. So, how did the whole field evolve? Right. So, as I said that although the field of AI started sometime around 1950s, right? So one of the first instances of generative AI was in 1997 by David Coe, where he did some experiments in musical intelligence. So he studied some statistical patterns in the music pieces, and then tried to generate new patterns in music or new pieces of music based on statistical patterns as well as rules. So that was one of the first attempts. Right. Then around 2010, around that time, Google came up with the autocomplete feature in its search engine. Right. So you might have seen that when you use Google search engine, right, you type few words and then it will try to complete your text, right? So that is the so it's basically generation of a new text based on whatever you have typed so far, right? Then in 2013, the variation autoencoders uh, were developed by Kingma and Belling. So these are mainly used to generate images, right? And a better version of that are called GANs, generative adversarial networks. That those were developed by Goodfellow and others in 2014. Right? So both variation autoencoders and generative adversarial networks were intended to develop new images. Right? In fact, uh, sometime in 2016 or around that time, there was a competition which was held in the United States, and then about the portraits. Right? So people were asked to draw portraits, and then there was some competition. So that time, one of the portraits drawn by these generative adversarial networks, that won that competition. Right? So it did a better job than the other competitors. Uh, so then in 2018, OpenAI company came up with the first version of generative pre-trained transformers or GPTs, right? And then every year they came up with a better version of GPT, right? So we have GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT 3.5, and now GPT-4, right, which was developed in 2023. Right? That's the latest, right? Uh, there were also attempts to uh, do something similar by other companies like Google. Google came up with pathways in language modeling. They call it PAM. That was in 2022. Uh, and then OpenAI in 2021 developed Balani, which is again a variation of an input-based model for image generation. Right? So GPT was mainly for the text generation. GPT and its variants were mainly for text generation, and that is for image generation, text to image generation. So you a text and it will give you the image. Next. Okay, so in this talk I will focus mainly on the natural language processing part and then the generative models for that purpose. Right. So let's quickly look at what is natural language processing. So natural language processing is basically uh, the ability of a machine understand human language or the spoken language and to achieve the desired object. So what is important is the comprehension part. You have to understand what is written in a text, right? And then do further processing for the required object. Next slide, please. Right. So here are some applications where natural language processing can be used. Right. So one of the obvious applications is text classification. Right. For example, sentiment analysis. Right. So given a text, you want to find out whether what is the sentiment associated with it. Right. So the text can be any natural language text. I'll show you some examples. And then find out whether, given that text, you find out whether there is a positive or a negative sentiment that is associated with the text. Now, the the input text is in natural language. Now it can be a tweet. Okay, so tweet, you know that it has a limited length, right, or certain number of characters, right? Now that one should be able to use that, comprehend that, and then decide whether that's a positive filter or negative. Uh, there could be a blog talking about some movie, right? And that blog could run into pages. Right? So model should be able to understand the entire document, which could run into pages, and then classify it into one of the two categories, for example, positive sentiment or negative sentiment. So you can see that there's a lot of variation in the input text that one gets, right? Right from a very small tweet to a large document, right? But despite all that, model should be able to do its job properly. Spam filtering is another application where uh, uh, the, the text classification plays a prominent role. Machine translation, right? So you are given input in one language, you want to transform it or translate it into other language sentence. Question answering, right? So you just ask the question like what we saw, right? Who is Elon Musk, right? And then the answer to that question is to be generated. So then there are some other applications like natural language inference where you want to find out whether two sentences which are given they entail each other or they contradict each other or they are not or they come together they could. Document summarization. So you are given a long document and you want to summarize it, right? So the summarization can be borrowing some sentences from the document and putting them together, or it could be rewriting all together into summary. So, okay. So other applications are dialogue generation, part of speech tracking, information extraction, and so on. Right. So out of this, I have marked something with red. So these applications basically require generation of natural language, machine translation. You are trying to generate some new sentence, right? Question answering. You are trying to generate a sequence of sentences to answer, right? Document summarization, right? You are trying to write a summary. If you want to, if you don't want to copy the sentences directly from the original document, but want to write something on your own, right? So that's the summarization and then dialogue narration. So I'll show some of the examples in the next few slides. Next slide. Yeah, so here is a application of sentiment analysis. I'm just trying to emphasize the fact that handling a natural language text is a hard problem, right? On the left side, there are two columns here. The left column talks about the movie review. The right column talks about the sentiment associated with that, right? So boring, pretentious waste, right? The sentiment there is negative. And then likewise, you will see that there are lots of reviews. So some reviews, for example, this review is longer compared to the others, right? Uh, the second review, you can see a boring, pretentious waste. Right? That's a very small review. Right? So the input length varies, and then a model should be able to handle the inputs of varying lengths. Okay, so sometimes the words, some of the important words are embedded in the input itself. Right? So fantastically vital movie clearly tells us that it's a positive sentiment, or a boring pretentious waste clearly tells us that it is a negative sentiment. Right? Right? But this may not always be the case. Right? You can see that other uh, reviews typically do not have something similar, and therefore identifying the sentiment becomes a challenge. Next slide. Yeah, so here are some examples. I have never tested a pizza like this. Like, what kind of sentiment will you attach this? It can be both. Positive. Both. Positive. Or both. Positive. So it can be both, right? Like, I'm not. Maybe it's so bad. I'm saying that it's bad. Right? Or it's so good, right? So there is a vagueness in the national language statements, right? Or ambiguity, right? And it is hard to capture unless you know some context. It is not that bad. That's the next review. Okay. Support positive. Support positive. So yeah, so it is somewhat positive, right? It's not that bad, right? A lot good either, but not that bad. Right? So, but if you see here that when you say that it is the sentiment is somewhat positive, there is no word here in this sentence which is associated with the positive sentence. Right? So, looking for the words and then deciding whether a positive or negative sentiment is associated is not a useful technique. Right? The third review, nice view of river, but momos are bad. They, yeah, so there are two aspects here. One is the ambience. The ambience is good, nice view. So with respect to ambience, there is a positive sentiment, but momos are bad. So with respect to food, there is a negative sentiment, right? So based on the aspect that you are looking at. Now, engineers pattern implement with a tough terrain to complete the coding work. the twin tube tunnel at Nilgrad 1, which is located on the approach road to the west quarter of the Zoji tunnel. What sentiment will you associate this document with? Yeah, actually, it's the positive sentiment because the border road organization, which makes roads or tunnels in the Himalayas, right? That's the Indian government organization, right? And then the engineers work very hard to complete the boring work. So boring work is basically that really they have to drill a tunnel, right? So that's the boring one, right? But the word boring has different meanings, right? So if you just look at the word boring, right, you may think that there's a negative sentiment associated with it, but actually our engineers did a very good job of digging that tunnel. So there should be a positive sentiment associated. So you imagine that we ourselves don't have clear opinions about this, right? And you want machine to give uh, a sentiment associated with this, right? So that's challenging, right? Next step, please. Right. So here is a simple application of question answering. Uh, so in order to understand whether the uh, machine has comprehended the data, so they use the same trick what we when we were in schools, right? So in our school in English language question paper, they would give us a passage and then ask us to read that and then answer the questions, right? So that means that will test whether you have comprehended the details given in the passage, right? So similarly, the similar ideas are used to understand whether the machine has really learned something. So you are given the context, then give the question which is based on the context, right? Now here is a simple example where the answer lies in this particular paragraph, right? And then the answer is shown in the red color there, and the machine just has based on the context and the question as an input, the machine has to give what the answer is, right? Uh, but things will not be as easy as this. Sometimes no context is given, only the question is given, right? So then the program has to search the web and try to find out relevant information, comprehend that, and give the answer, right? Or sometimes there could be a document containing multiple paragraphs, right? And you have to read all that entire document to answer a particular question, right? So it may not be as easy as this, right? So you have to relate the information given in multiple paragraphs to answer a particular question, right? So that becomes a difficult problem. Right? Next slide, please. Right. So here is a example. How many states are there in India? Right? No context is given to you, right? So you have to go search the web, right, and then find out what are the relevant documents, and from there infer, right, and give the answer to this question. Now, here is another question which is typical at the end of a physics textbook, right, which talks about Ohm's law, a chapter which talks about Ohm's law, right? So I assume that a wire has 1.5 ohms of resistance, and if the wire is connected to 2.5 volt batteries, how much current will flow through the wire, right? So now this question can be answered only you have understood the concept related to Ohm's law in the chapter, right? So no answer is provided in this question itself, right? So the concept of Ohm's law is very important here, and which is discussed in the chapter related to Ohm's law. So if the machine has understood Ohm's law, it will be able to answer this question correctly. Okay, next one. Yeah, so sometime ago I was talking about chatbots, the conversational mechanism, which many companies use, right? So here is a dialogue between a chatbot which is developed by a restaurant and a customer. So you are the customer. So you ask the question, what's on the menu? So the bot has to understand that this person wants to eat something because he has approached the restaurant. So So he recommends, the bot recommends that you try our sandwiches. Right? Then you ask which is the best sandwich you have. So then the bot has to again understand that person is looking for the best of the products, right? So what is the best? So the bot answers say suppose club sandwich, right? Then the person asks how much does it cost. Then the bot has to find out from the menu card that what will be the price, what is the price of that particular product, right? And then mention the bot has to answer that. Then you say that's expensive, right? So then the bot has to understand that for customer is looking for something which costs less than 250, right? So then the bot answers something, right? Which has a price which is less than this, right? So you can see that this is the application where there is a generative part that comes to the picture. So not only you have to comprehend the question given by the customer, but also generate a new sentence which makes sense, which is relevant to the question that the customer asks, right? So that's more important. Right? If the bot tries to give some junk answers, right, nonsensical answers, right, then the customer will not be interested. Right? So this is very important. Slide, please. Okay, so another application of generative AI is machine translation. Right? So I like black coffee, and then that here is the German translation of that sentence, right? So now from this it may appear that you take every word in the one input language, look at the corresponding word in the other language, just put them together, right? But translation is not that easy, right? The next example will tell you, right? I don't like black coffee, right? And then you will see that if you do the German translation, right, there is a swapping of the word don't like to not like Thailand, right? So the don't is the corresponding in German translation word will appear in the third place instead of the second place, right? That's the correct translation, right? So translation is not simply finding the corresponding word in the dictionary and then putting them together, right? The translated sentence should make sense, right? So that's one of the challenges in generative AI that whenever you generate sentences, the generated sentences should make sense because the sentences are just not the collection of words but the sequence of words. Right? That's very important. Right. So when you talk about the sentence classification, so typically what is done is that the input sentences are provided to the classifier and the classifier gives you the class paper. Now this input sentences, they are in natural language text and the classifier that you are aware of, they do not handle the natural language text directly. So what they need is a representation of the input in the a real vector or real matrix. Right? So there should be some way to convert these sentences to a, a real d-dimensional vector, which can be fed to the classifier. Because you cannot feed the text directly to a computer. Right? You have to convert it to some digital form, right, to make sense for a classifier. Right? So that has been the topic of research for the last decade, right? When the word-to-word representation. I'm not sure whether many of you are aware of word-to-word. So word-to-word is is a way to convert word, English language word, to a d-dimensional way. Okay, right? So that a computer can use that information and then process. Right? So a simple way to convert a sentence to a vector is take a word representation of each of the words, then average it. And that's a simple way, but there exist better ways to represent the word. Right? So converting the natural language text to the real three-dimensional vector representation was a challenge, right? And in the last 10 years or so, people have worked on this, right? And then once we have the real vector representation for a sentence. Then you can use the existing classifier models to solve the problems. Next slide. So in case of machine translation, this idea of encoder decoder is used, right? So you are given the English language text and you want to translate it to German language. So you give an input language sentence that is passed through what is called the encoder, right? So the encoder tries to understand the nuances of the input language, right, through the different sentences, right? And then you have a decoder which try to transform those compressed information about the encoded information about the input into the other languages. Right? So I'll talk more about the encoder decoder soon. Right? So this is the popular model that is used for the machine translation task. Next slide, please. So similarly, you have a question answering network where you are given a context and a question based on the context. These are fed to some neural network, which we call it as a question network. And then it will output the answer span. Right? So in the context, where does the answer lie? Right? So this is a simple, easy question answering problem. But there could exist a difficult question answering problem where you have to use a sophisticated mechanism to answer the question. Right? Next, please. In unsupervised, there are no labels, right? Now, in natural language processing, a commonly used uh, paradigm is self-supervised learning. So, what is self-supervised learning? See, the natural language data which is available on the web is huge, right? And you cannot ask human beings to annotate or to label all the data that is available on the web, right? So, how do you make machine to learn such a vast unlabeled data? Right? So, self-supervised learning is one way. So, what is done in self-supervised learning is that you have an input sentence, suppose the cat sat on the mat, right? Now, randomly you mask some word, right? So, you can see here, pointer, pointer, okay, that is, yeah. So, there is you randomly mask some word, right? And then this whole input is fed to a neural network, right? And what you do is that you try to find the what is the mask word. Okay, you know which word is mask, right? So you try to predict the mask word, right? So you can see that the output, the number of outputs will be the number of words in the dictionary or your vocabulary, right? So if you suppose there are 20,000 words in your vocabulary, the output will be of the size 20,000, right? And out of that, one of the words which was masked should be printed, right? So this is called a self-supervised learning. That you are given the input. I don't know the label of that, so I cannot do any supervised learning or whatever. But what we can do is that we can randomly mask some of the words, right, and then predict those words, right? So the advantage here is that you try to understand, right? So after uh, the article grown, right? It's more likely that the next word will be noun, right? So you want to try to understand those details by doing this, right? Or if you mask the word sat, right? Then what should happen is that after the name, after the noun, right? The word might be more likely to come, right? So the most likely word there could be sad, right? Or something else, right? Some word and so on. Right. So this is the self-supervised learning, which is very commonly used in natural language processing. Uh, Right. So this is just to give you an idea about if those of you who are not familiar with neural network, just to give you an idea that neural network is nothing but a black box, right? Which takes an input x, right? And there is a function f that is associated with the neural network, and like you give out y hat. Okay, it's typically uh, I'm talking about the supervised scenario, right? Uh, so you are given a training data which is labeled. So your x is the input, y is the output, y is the desired output, right? And there are n such examples. The training on neural network is basically solving some kind of optimization problem where this L denotes the loss. So when you give an input xi, ideally you should get output yi, right? Because this is your training data. For this input, you should get this output yi. But the neural network will give you output yi hat, which may or may not be same as yi, right? So you define a loss function between y and yi hat, and the two should be same, right? You define a loss function, and then once you define this loss function, right? So there will be an error. That error is backpropagation. You change the weights of the neural network, uh, so that at the end of the training, uh, for many of the examples, whenever you show the input xi, you get the corresponding output yi. The network is trained properly. And of course, you have to test it on the unseen data. So given input, test input, you will be able to predict the output corresponding to the new input. Okay, now okay, so with this background, I'll now move to the student. So I'll move to the main part of the talk. Right? So one of the important things in generative models, especially in the NLP context, is language model. Okay? So how do we model a language? Right? So one of the simple ways which was proposed, see, because every language has many rules as well as many exceptions. Right? Look at English language, right? There are many rules, but then there are many exceptions. Okay? So a simple way to handle the model language from a data, okay, is that you find out that given any sequence of words, right, predict the next word using the additional probability distribution over the vocabulary. Right? Uh, so you start with the blank. Initially, you don't have any information about the sentence, right? So the first word, first thing you see is the blank at the beginning of the sentence, right? So ask the question that if I start with the blank space, right, that means I'm now going to begin the sentence, begin generating a sentence, suppose, right? What is the most likely word? Right? So the most likely word would be articulated to A and or the, right? So the most likely word is the, right? So you have predicted the word the, suppose. Now you have the beginning of the sentence symbol and the word the, and then ask the question: what is the most likely? Okay, right? So so this will give you a probability distribution over the whole vocabulary. Okay. Now from that distribution, you can pick some word. That word suppose happens to be cat. Right now, then you are given three words. Beginning of the sentence, the word cat, and then ask the question: what is the most likely next word, and so on and so forth. Right? So this is how you start generating sentences, right? But then what you can do is that given the corpus, right, containing lots of sentences, you apply the same tree, right? So here there was a sentence which is given, which is not visible to us, right? So I'll make this thing more clear in the next slide. Next slide, please. Right. So what we want to do is that we want to assign the probability to the sentence, the cat status of that. How do we assign this probability? Right. So this is a simple way. You start with the beginning of the sentence symbol and find out in the corpus how many times when you started with how many times the sentence started with the word the. Start with the beginning of the sentence symbol. Right. So how many sentences in the corpus start with the word the? So this is this probability. Now you pick all those sentences and then ask the question that when the sentence started with the, how many times in the corpus the word cat appear, right? And so on, right? And then when once you have I found out those new sentences, then how many sentences have the word cat followed by the word sat and so on, right? So these probabilities are accumulated together over the entire corpus. Now corpus could be the whole web or lots of English language textbooks. And from those sentences, from the corpus, these probabilities are generated. And finally, you get the assignment probability to a sequence. Right? So that's basically the language model that you assign probabilities to a sequence so that you can, whenever given a subsequence, you can actually complete that sequence by generating words that are drawn from a particular distribution. Right. A simplified way of this is that instead of looking at what happened in the past, you just look at the recent past. There are the last two words instead of the complete past. So this is a simple way of putting those problems. So this is called the n-gram language model. So where what we do is then look at the last n minus 1 words, okay, and predict what is the nth word. Okay. So what we have done is we have taken the last n minus 1 words and find out what is the probability that the next word is WP. Okay. And then multiply all these probabilities. So this symbol is for multiplication. Right. And so this is basically the probability of a sequence W1, W2, WP. So if you have a sequence of length P, right, that's the probability of generating that sequence. Right. So the question is that how do we get these probabilities? Because we have a big corpus, right? How do we get this probabilities? Right. So one possibility is to have a neural network. Right. And so the function Q. So if you provide the vector representation of the words to the neural network, so these are the vector representations of the words, right? Then you can see that you get a probability distribution over the whole vocabulary. Okay. So a language model can be thought of as a neural network which will take the n minus 1 inputs and give the probability distribution over the entire vocabulary. And then you can take the word with the say largest probability as the next one. Yeah, so here you can see that. So, uh, what this softmax function does is that it basically converts each of the outputs to a probability. Right? So the heights, you can see this histogram. The histogram, there is one uh, bar for each of the words in the vocabulary. And this is the distribution of the vocabulary. And from that distribution, you generate the vectors, generate the next word. And this becomes a basic model for generating as far as the natural language. So what we do in a language model is that train a language model using a huge corpus, like finding these probabilities, right? Using the train this model using a huge corpus, right? And then whenever you want to generate a sentence, what we do is that we give that input, right? Find out what is the probability distribution of the next word in the vocabulary. Now that word is combined at the input and the next word and so on. Right? So this is how the sentences can be generated once the language model is properly trained. Now where is language model used for? So it is useful in generation of the text. Yes. This edition of Indian Premier, what will be the likely word? What is the most likely word after Premier? League, right? So that word is will be most likely the model is trained properly. Right? So no other word will be more likely than these if the model is trained properly. Right? So this is the application when you want to train the next word. Another application of language model is machine translation. So this is a uh, uh, word sequence of words in German language. Starker Kaffee. Kaffee is coffee, right? So the word starker has multiple meanings. One is strong, or the other one is powerful, right? These are the different meanings that the word starter has. Now, which of them we see we useful here? Right? So probability is that strong coffee word appears in English is more than probability powerful coffee appears in English. No one uses the word powerful coffee, right? So people use the word strong coffee. Right? So that probability of a sequence of words becomes very important. And that's why the language model is very important role. Similarly, speech prediction, auto completion. Auto completion is something what we have seen, right? That your WhatsApp or even search engine, right? You will see that there is auto complete feature. So that's basically your language model, right? You type in something and then it will try to predict what is the next uh, common word, right? Next letter. Okay, so let me take a simple example to illustrate how the encoder decoder model works. Some of you might be familiar with this, but I'll just have you heard of recurrent neural networks? Yes. RNNs, right? So the RNNs can be used for generating text. Okay, so RNNs have to be trained on as a language model on this corpus, right? And then you give a prompt and then you start generating text. So we'll come to that, but here is a simple example of machine translation. Machine translation is also called sequence to sequence learning. So input is a sequence, output is also a sequence. Right. So here is the input sentence. The movie is awesome. That's an English language sentence, which we want to translate into German using the RN. Right. So you feed this information to uh, the RNN sequence, right? And then here the input becomes complete, right? And then the RNN starts predicting the translation, right? So the idea is that this input. So this is basically the encoder part. Entire thing is an encoder. So this encoder output, right, which has all the details about the input. That along with the beginning of the sentence. If we get to the first uh, argument in the encoder, it will predict something. So that becomes a input to the next argument. Right? So whatever you predicted becomes a input to the next block. And then whatever you predicted. Not trained properly, you will have to retrain. So the whole thing looks like this: that the input goes to the encoder, and then encoded out input is fed to a decoder. So this is the encoded input. Along with this, it's fed to the decoder, and then you get the output, which is this. Right. So this is the a way of generating a sentence, of course, in different language based on the input language. Right. Now, in the RNN, the decoder depends on the last hidden state. Right. Now, if suppose this RNN in the decoder gets an input from each of these hidden states here, and that is called the attention mechanism, which is the most popular mechanism in deep learning. Right. So whenever you want to predict something at a particular stage, you see the entire input instead of only this last part. Right. So that's the attention mechanism. Okay. Yeah. So next slide, please. So now let us see how this auto inverse can also be used uh, for generating text, not necessarily translation, but for generating any text. Right. So this is the mechanism that we saw. Input goes to the encoder, the encoded given to the decoder. Right? So you train the network encoder based on the input output data, right? And then only now take this part. Okay. Then only the decoder, right? And the decoder you just give any prompt as an input. Okay. Because you already trained the upper encoder, so you just remove this part, take only this part, and give the prompt as an input. And then you will start generating different data. In fact, this is the idea that variational autoencoders. With variational autoencoders for images, what we did was that they trained the variety of images on the using autoencoder, and then you give a random noise to the decoder, and decoder will generate image. Right. So similarly, you can generate text. Give a prompt to a trained decoder, and you will present out. So this is a simple way of generating text using the algorithm. Next slide, please. Right. So this is again a variant of RNN which was trained on first four Harry Potter books. What is the particular text? So this is the text which is generated using the trained RNN. So you can see that did a very good job. Like the English text is written by a human being, right? So this is the it says Harry tried to ask what was going to happen from Harry watching the film getting turned out. Will stand when I was restored, but I won't keep it. So almost like the human return sentence, which was uh, given by a trained RNN model. The RNN model was trained on Harry Potter books, right, as a language model. Right? And that's what it is. Okay, so now we come to one of the best inventions in the area of deep learning, which is transformers. Right? So transformer, again uses the encoder decoder model. Right? Now there are n blocks of encoder, and then there are n blocks of decoder. So the basic architecture is the same, encoder decoder model. Right? So the encoder outputs are fed to the decoder blocks. Right? So the only thing is that it uses what is called the self-attention mechanism. That means, let me just go to this section. Previous, so you have this sentence, right? The movie is awesome. So each input is fed to a RNN unit. Then once the first RNN unit processes, second input is fed to the RNN unit, right? So this is a sequential input. So suppose if I have 1,000 words in a sentence, right? So that means that there will be 1,000 stages, right? And after 1,000 stages, you will get the output. So you cannot show all the entire thing through RNN at one time. You have to do it sequentially, right? And that takes time. So suppose every processing takes 1 second, right? And processing 1,000 word sentence requires 1,000 seconds. Right? Only then you will get the information which is available. So that's a drawback of RNNs, that they have to process the information. So what the attention mechanism does is that the attention mechanism looks at the entire input. Okay, so the entire input. So they don't use RNNs, they use a different network, but the entire input is shown. So in 1 second you see the entire input. Right? So that's the advantage that you get the attention mechanism. Right. So this is the self-attention mechanism where you look at the entire input. Now, once you see the entire input, the sequence information is lost. Right? That sequence information is captured through what is called a positional encoding. So this positional encoding will capture all the related information associated with the sequence. So, so this is fed to a encoder block and then the decoder, and then the decoder starts the output probability like what RNN also does. So that's the simple form of a decoder. Okay, so this became a very popular. In fact, any paper on deep learning nowadays still refers to this paper. Right? So now the well-cited papers in the area of deep learning. That's one of the songs. So simple encoder decoder architecture. We use self-attention, and then since there is no nonlinearity here, that nonlinearity is obtained using the feed-forward network. So that was the idea. And then you start, you can use it for machine translation instead of RNNs. You can, in fact, it was shown that it does a good job of machine translation into RNNs. Okay. Now, the most important part here for us is the decoder part. It basically generates sentences. We go to next slide. So the GPT, which most of you are familiar with, right? That's basically generative pre-trained transform. Right? So the transformer model, which is pre-trained on some data, and then it is used to generate the text. Right? So it consists of two parts. One is the unsupervised pre-trained. So as you know that unsupervised means that any unlabeled data is there. Right? So there are lots of books. There are over 7,000 books in a variety of genres, right? To train the transformer decoder. Okay, so the GPT is something the decoder part in the transformer, but the name transformer appears in the name GPT. So this books, lots of books in the corpus were used to train a decoder model, and you get a familiar language model. We know that a language model can be used to generate sentences. Right? So after doing the unsupervised pre-training, they resort to what is called the fine-tuning. So this is the decoder block in the transformer. You can see that there are 12 such blocks, right? And then for the unsupervised pre-training, what you have to do is that you have to solve one objective function, maximize the likelihood of the next word given the last cadence. Right? So this part will be operational in that case. This part is not used. Right? And this is how the model is pre-trained. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the GPT, which was a variant of GPT, which was proposed in 2020, so it is GPT-2 or GPT-3. GPT-3 has 175 billion model parameters, and it was trained on massive text data. And then what you get is a large language model. So this is also called a large language model because the number of parameters that are involved there are very large. So these many parameters. So it took many days to train such a model. Okay, on a huge corpus. And this is a model which a variant of that is used in ChatGPT to generate the text. Next slide, please. And then the fine tuning, after developing of the language model, fine tuning on a given task is done through blocks. So you have a labeled data, and then the model can be fine tuned with the supervisor part. So next slide, please. So this is the combined objective function that one uses when doing the supervised fine tuning. So basically, the text prediction part, which was used for language modeling, and then the task classification part, which is used for supervised fine tuning. So both the errors are backpropagated by solving this optimization problem. Next slide, please. Right. So the advantage of this model is that the same model can be used for a variety of tasks, whether it is a classification problem, entailment problem, similarity, or multiple choice question answer. Same model can be used. The only thing is that you have to format your input properly. So for a classification problem, you can have the beginning of the text, end of the text, and goes to a decoder block. So the transformer is mentioned here is basically the decoder block that is used. Similarity. So if you want to check whether two sentences are similar, again some similar, only the input format changes. So that's the good thing. The same model can be used to solve a variety of tasks. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here I put some numbers which will give you some idea about the number of parameters that are involved here. So the first GPT model, which was developed, which was proposed in 2018, right? It had 117 million parameters. Okay, these parameters are the weights that are associated with the network. And GPT-3, which was developed in 2020, has 175 million. So you just see the scales of these models. The data set, book corpus containing only 7,000 books. So here you have two data sets related to books, Wikipedia data set, common crawl, they crawl the web, got some data, and so on. So you can see that it appears that when you have more data, you may have to have more model parameters to capture all the information that is uh, hidden in the data. Okay, so this is the next list. Now the variant ChatGPT, there are no details which are released. And the exact number of parameters are not known. GPT-4, yeah, people have some vague idea about parameters, but there is no technical document from OpenAI which gives you the exact number of parameters that they use in these models. But GPT-4 is large multimodal model. Multimodal means that it can take in text and image also as the input, right? And we produce text as output. And people say that this is the first step towards AGI. What is AGI? Artificial General Intelligence. So a human being is supposed to have a general intelligence, right? So GPT-4 is supposed to be, so GPT-4 is supposed to be the first step towards the artificial general intelligence. So, so this is a text which is, I cannot see it, but the system prompt was provided, and then the GPT-2 generated a reasonably good sequence of sentences or sequence of paragraphs. They look like a human generated paragraphs. Next slide, please. So there's another model which was developed around the same time, which is called BART. Right? So BART is basically bidirectional autofrequency transformer. So so one thing which I forgot to mention is that GPT uses only the decoders, right? And then there is another set of models called BERT models, right, which use only the encoders, but they cannot be used for generating the data. The BERT models cannot be used for generating the data. So combination of these two, BERT as well as GPT, was used, right? So you have the bidirectional encoder coming from BERT, and then the autoregressive decoder is coming from GPT, and then the model is called BART, right? So which is again one of the popular models for generating the natural language text. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the good thing about BART is that they added, they found out different ways to add noise to the input text. So you can mask some tokens. So you have input text, say three words ABC followed by end of sentence symbol, and two words DND followed by end of sentence. So you can mask some of the tokens, some of the words here. You can permute the sentences. So this second sentence becomes first, the first sentence becomes second. You can do the rotation, then you can do the deletion of some of the tokens. So these are basically different ways of adding noise to the sentences, right? And then output is what is the desired output, right? So you basically add noise to the data and try to get the same desired output even if the noise is added to the data. Uh, yeah, so this is another popular model. So you can see that the main thing comes from the transformers, which use encoder and decoder. So the decoder part, the GPT uses, but then adds lots of layers, adds lots of parameters to make it more powerful, which can be trained on the data. Next slide, please. Right. So there are some other models. So for example, the next version of GPT-3 is GPT-4, right? So it can be used to generate text using image as well as text as input, and they use the reinforcement learning from human feedback for fine tuning of the model, right? So that the outputs make sense. Whatever output that the GPT-4 generates makes sense because it makes so as I mentioned that the farm pathways language modeling is a technique that was proposed by Google. So these are all giants in the area of generative AI and Google for AI. So it uses 540 billion parameters. Right? You can just see that it's a very huge model, right? It is used for variety of tasks. They have shown that can be used for classification, question answering, translation, summarization. So a variety of tasks is going to be useful. Moreover, it has also been demonstrated to be effective on code fixing and code commenting. So you are given a Python code, right, and there is a bug in that, right? This model has been demonstrated to be very effective fixing the small code, small bugs, and also commenting the so writing the documentation about the code, right? For every line, right? What this particular part of the code snippet does. Right? So PAM has been observed to be very effective in that case. Also, it has been shown that it is good at solving school level math questions. If you ask a simple question like, I have 3 apples, 4 apples are added to it. How many apples do I have? Right? So some of the simple level math questions is able to answer. So it has got some kind of ability to handle these math related questions. GPT for some has not been shown to be effective on some of these tasks. For example, code fixing. GPT-4 has not been shown to be so effective. Then there is another variant called tag. So it has less number of parameters, but then it has been shown to be very good for generating images from text. So you, say something, right, or through a text, right? I want a triangular block on sitting on a rectangular block, and give that text, right, to generate an image, right, where the rectangular block is there and on the top of that triangular block, right? So something like that, right? So this is a so you can see that GPT-4 is mainly for generating text using image and text as the input. PAM is basically for solving a variety of text related problems. Tally is mainly for the image generation, text to image generation. There are many more models that are available, but in the interest of time, I'm not included in. Right. So you can see that this has been the development in the area of generative AI. So all things mainly revolve on the decoder part of the transformer, right? And effectively using them, right? Adding some more layers of decoder blocks, right? Has helped to develop new models which can handle a variety of tasks. Right? Yeah, so this is my last slide. Can you read this? So ChatGPT will not be able to understand this. So we still have upper hand on the machines. So let us try to keep that upper hand. Thank you.
We have seen like the pre-trained models are giving you the answers and many things like generated images or now people used to say like he now what is remaining with nowadays. So what work or research work is remaining?
Yeah, so I also told one example that there are a lot of things that need to be done. Fairness, removing biases in the data, right? So those are some things which should be done.
The applications like this post processing, let's say that you not get been solved.
Actually, I would like to correct you.
Yes.
No problem is that it is solved by GPT or you cannot claim that they have solved everything.
Okay.
They still make mistakes, right? So it is not that they are 100% right. There is a long way to go, right? That is one thing. And then removing the gender biases or bringing fairness, right? That is something that is still a challenging area because the data set, natural data sets, they have bias in them, right? So, for example, if you look at the US sports bullies, right? You'll see that a lot of black people are getting punished compared to the white people. Right? So there's a bias there. Right? That's in the data set. Now, how do we correct that? Right? That is the harder problem. So there's a lot of things that need to be done. So it is not that everything is solved and then.
But it used to be the main statement. Yes, that is what. Even I have found one of the machine translation. My scholars are working in India from Harvard and in some new languages. They are not even taken by Google yet. So even in that case, even models, whatever they are there, they are using it, but we are not getting those results that we expect.
Yeah, so the in real language context, for example, scarcity of language data is a challenge, right? So in such scenarios, how do we develop models? That's still a challenge.
So naturally, it is naturally difficult.
Yeah. That cannot be difficult.
Yes. Check it, please.
Any other question?
Yes. Given many of the models for generative AI, which model basically is efficient for compiling?
What?
Which model efficiently compiles the program?
No, these models are not just for compilation.
Because they are generating the codes.
They're generating the codes.
They aren't
So
executing.
their main aim is to generate a correct. Okay. They haven't given importance to efficiency. Main aim is to generate a correct code. Then this is the problem statement. And these are my specifications. Then from this input, I should get this output and so on. So they do that job. The efficiency part, they can't.
They can correct them.
Some of the spam like models, right? They can be used for fixing error, but of course not very difficult kinds of. No, not very difficult kind of errors, right?
Okay.
But simple errors, they are able to fix it. Any other question? Okay, so thank you for your time.
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shevade sir for enlightening detail on generative AI, where the sir start from the beginning, the basics of the difference of traditional AI to the generative AI. Sir also explain about the various applications of generative AI, and in detail they also explain the difference between the encoder, decoder, in that after that they explain the some applications of generative AI, and also the compares the generative AI model with your the farm model. In the last, they also explain the BART model, the how the BART model. Thank you, sir, for inviting us. Thank you to the all faculty members, all participants, and all dear friends. Next session. Then so have to verify 147. Now the next session started at 2 p.m. But before that, we had to gather here at 1:45. Now this lunch start at 1 p.m.
there is a in this system there is a software named PALMS, which is used to generate the text from previous content, and uh, basically that model is generating like there's a video, and when we pass that video to that tool, that will be convert that video into text and predict the next word. That tool and various the and how like we can read about the AI augmentation. So how we can use that AI augmented in GPT in creating the images in real time. So the key takeaways are the generative AI can democratize the use of AI in mission management and significantly change the way we work and innovate. Generative AI can use to augment the early phases of innovation, including exploration and ideas. Oh. What is the method? Exact innovation method is what's the method? Actually, in this
It's focus on the method or the algorithm method.
ma'am, in this paper, the method is like previous is that LLM or PLM models, which is used to generate text.
So why the author is calling this method as innovative? Because LLM is not innovative. It's a standard model.
The author is calling that innovative because that author finds that the from a video script that is passing to the GPT, right? And they generate the text and predicting the like innovation method, like those who can't see or.
I mean to say algorithms are standard, but they are applied on the videos, and that too for generation purpose. Okay, good. Any questions from audience? Any questions from audience? Anyone can ask. Okay, good one. Next. Next, who is presenting? Megraj. Home. Start the session. The expert is arriving. Tomorrow we'll have reflective journal and article discussion. So all the faculties are requested to prepare. Tomorrow is the last day for presentation remaining groups. Final submission will be there, and even marks are there on your presentation. It's a compulsory part of ATAL. Tomorrow be ready. The second half. speaker, Mr. Ashwin Balani, sir, for day 3, session 6 on Introduction to Semantic Search and Fine-Tuning in Generative AI. Sir, also hands-on prompt engineering on ChatGPT. I kindly request sir to start with the session. Thank you.
हो गया ना
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, lunch हुआ अच्छे से? Yeah, all set for 2 or 3 hours of ChatGPT and AI. Yes. तो आज coding नहीं है. आज majorly we will explore how to use AI techniques to do day-to-day tasks and to do more than that. Okay. So today's session was restricted to ChatGPT, but I will show you how to use ChatGPT, Bing, what you can say, Google Bard, and how to interact between them. Okay, मतलब अगर कोई capability आपको एक tool में नहीं मिलती है, how you can use some other tool to get it. Okay, so our first topic for the day, or the first session for the day, was about generative AI or semantic search. Okay, semantic search. So I think most of you know about classification. Yeah, तो देखा था आपको classification क्या होता है? How do we do classification in general? Step 1 क्या था classification का? First part is called as segmentation. क्या होता है? Segmentation. For example, if you are building an application where you want to find out कि इस क्लास में कितने लोग बैठे हुए हैं, for example, ठीक है? तो क्या मुझे उस एग्जाम्पल में चेयर की जरूरत है? Do I need chairs in that? Yes or no? No. I only need what? Faces. Yeah. तो अगर मुझे इस क्लास में कितने लोग बैठे हुए वो देखना है, so I have to first find out all the faces in the class. Yes or no? Yeah. So इमेज की या अभी क्लास की फोटोग्राफ में से फेस को एक्सट्रैक्ट करना या कोई भी रीजन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट को एक्सट्रैक्ट करना, इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं सेगमेंटेशन. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? ओके, और क्लियर बता? या सेकंड, जो आपके फेसेस 20-30 फेसेस मिल गए मेरे को, अब इन फेस में से मुझे क्या निकालना है? फीचर्स निकालना है. क्या निकालना है? फीचर. आईज कहाँ है, नोज कहाँ है, लिप्स कहाँ है, हेयर कहाँ है, ऑल दोस आर फीचर्स दैट आई वांट टू फाइंड. ओके, स्टेप 2 इज व्हाट? फीचर एक्सट्रैक्शन. अब हो सकता है कि इसमें तो बहुत सारे फीचर्स सेम आ रहे हो, सो आई हैव टू परफॉर्म फीचर सिलेक्शन. ओके, फर्स्ट पार्ट इज सेगमेंटेशन, फीचर एक्सट्रैक्शन एंड देन सिलेक्शन. फोर्थ पार्ट इज क्लासिफिकेशन. क्या है फोर्थ पार्ट? to find out कि ये फेस एक्चुअली किसका है. ओके, क्लियर? या And then fifth part is post processing. We'll see how that works. Just one thing. Okay. So for this particular session, we will be using the free version of ChatGPT. Okay. I would request all of you to open ChatGPT on your laptop. सबको ChatGPT का access है? Yes. Okay. So now I have divided this session into two parts. First part is when I will give you some prompts, and we will understand how those prompts work together and how can we use those prompts for our own purposes. Okay. After the tea break, I would request one or two or three of you to actually give me an application. कि सर मेरे को ये application कैसे करना बताइए, and we will generate those prompts and then we'll see how to use those prompts in your real-time ChatGPT's AI tool. Okay, so first application is I want to analyze the stock price of a particular stock. Okay, तो मुझे बताइए अगर आपके पास ChatGPT या AI tool नहीं होते तो आप कैसे करते हैं इसको? सबको स्टॉक पता है? या आपको कोई भी स्टॉक का स्टॉक में एनालाइज करना है, ओके? तो आप कैसे करते हैं एनालाइज विदाउट ChatGPT?
मैंने वेबसाइट में जाके डेटा निकालते हैं।
First thing was you would have gone to the website and find out the data. Okay, कौन सी website?
NSC India।
NSC, one example. Second, which one? Money control. Third, Yahoo Finance, Bloomberg. Okay, देखिए आप लोगों ने इनको चार एग्जांपल दे दिए। इनमें से कौन सा एग्जांपल सबसे करेक्ट है फॉर फाइंडिंग आउट जीरो स्टॉक प्राइस? आपको नहीं पता, राइट? इट कैन बी Yahoo Finance, it can be money control, it can be some other website. Okay, तो ये इंटेलिजेंटली फाइंड करना कि कौन सा वाला वेबसाइट से डेटा पिक करना है ये ChatGPT को पता है. ओके, अब क्योंकि ChatGPT was trained up to 2022 तो उसको सिर्फ वही तक का डेटा तो we just try to fetch that price. Okay, so I would request all of you to put in a particular query. Can everyone see my screen? Yeah. What is this query over here? Please provide analysis of Jio stock price in tabular format. Okay. तो देखिए यहाँ पे query क्या पास किया हम लोगों ने? I want to provide stock price of Jio. I want to analyze that in tabular format. Okay. So if you have your laptops available, or even if you have your phones available, open ChatGPT and just type this query in and check the response of the query. Okay. Now in my response, I got XXX at the stock price. किसको stock price मिला उनके response में? One. Okay. क्या? I'm sorry. Okay. किसी को response मिला? XXX. XXX. Okay. Now see, in the same class or in the same room, we are finding the same query, but we are getting different responses. Okay. क्योंकि हर एक का जो कल हमने पढ़ा था ना ऑटो इनपुट एंड न्यूरल नेटवर्क, हम लोग ने वेट कैसे निकाले थे? रैंडम निकाले थे. ओके, रैंडमली वेट बहुत कम कर रहे थे, इसकी वजह से रिस्पांस आर डिफरेंट. ओके, सो वी ट्राई टू ट्यून द रिस्पांसेस. ओके, हाउ डू वी ट्यून द रिस्पांसेस? लेट्स सी. या नाउ वंस यू आर डन, write this thing down. Please or provide actual values as per your data. Okay, now see, क्या बोला आप लोगों ने? Please provide actual values as per your database. क्या response दिया? I'm sorry, I don't have a actual database available. ऐसा क्यों बोला पता है? क्योंकि चैट जीपीटी इज ट्रेन्ड अंटिल लास्ट ईयर, तो उसके पास अभी की रियल वैल्यूज अवेलेबल है ही नहीं. ओके, सो व्हाट आई आस्क हिम टू डू इज आई आस्क हिम टू जनरेट सम सिंथेटिक डेटा. क्या बोलेंगे इसको? जनरेट सिंथेटिक डेटा. नाउ जस्ट राइट सम prompt over here. That's okay. Please generate the values synthetically. Okay. So can you see इसने क्या किया? It generated the values synthetically and gave you the result. अब ये एग्जाम्पल रियल है कि सिंथेटिक है? इट्स अ नॉन एग्जाम्पल, राइट? ये जो आउटपुट आ रही है शायद ये आउटपुट नहीं है, उसने कुछ तो वैल्यू निकाल के दे दी डिपेंडिंग अपॉन दिस और डेटाबेस. ओके, इज द वैल्यू करेक्ट? Yes or no? Okay. What you will do is ChatGPT or like nowadays all AI tools give you the permission to re-ask the same question. Okay. So सबसे first question में जाइए आपके. Go at the top and over here click on edit. सबको दिख रहा है edit? Yeah. Now just modify the query from 2020 to 2021 and let's see if it works. Doesn't work. We try it. Okay. Now see. नहीं मान रहा बेचारा है, बोल रहा है कि मैं डेटा है ही नहीं अवेलेबल, तो मैं क्या करूं? इट्स ओके. बट हम लोगों ने क्वेरी में तीन चीजें पास की थी. वन वाज टू फाइंड आउट द स्टॉक प्राइस, सेकंड वाज द कंपनी नेम एंड थर्ड वाज द पार्ट ऑफ एनालिसिस. ओके, नाउ सी इसने आउटपुट क्या दिया? दैट इवन दो आई कैन नॉट गिव यू द रिजल्ट्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ द रियल टाइम डेटा, बट इसने यहाँ पे आपको कुछ डेटा दिखा दिया कि दिस इज द काइंड ऑफ डेटा दैट यू गेट. Interestingly, when I tried to do this thing at my house, I got a response like this. Can you see this? Yeah. See, मैंने क्या query pass किया इसको? Same query that I told you. Please provide geo stock price in this format, and it gave me the response like this. So that जरूरी नहीं है कि जो आपने prompt pass किया वो wrong हो सकता है उस टाइम पे या उस पर्टिकुलर वेट ट्रेनिंग की वजह से उसका रिस्पॉन्स करेक्ट नहीं आ रहा. ओके, दैट्स ओके, दैट्स नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम विद दिस. देन वी मूव अहेड and we'll pass one more prompt. Okay. Okay. Now what you can do is जो आपका लास्ट prompt आया था, जो आपको रिजल्ट मिल रहे हैं in synthetic form, remember this? We had passed the command. That's okay. Please generate data values synthetically. सबको याद है response? सबने किया है? Yes or no? Yes. Now, when you say synthetically, तो उसने आपको एक response बना के दे दिया. Our main aim is now to analyze this data and find out the key indicators कि वो stock कब खरीदना चाहिए, कब नहीं खरीदना चाहिए. Okay? Let's see how do we do that. After you get this particular response, सबका ये response आ गया, yes or no? Yeah, आपने ये command लिखी है, please generate this data very synthetically. Yes or no? No, just write this down. That's okay. Please generate the values synthetically. You will get the some values on the window. Then write, help me to analyze this data. Okay, just give the prompt, help me to analyze this data and see what it gives. Yeah. आप लोगों को भी सेम रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है, सिमिलर रिस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है? Yeah. कहीं दिख रहा है आपको ट्रेंड एनालिसिस? Yes or no? नहीं? कहीं दिख रहा है आप लोगों को वॉल्टिलिटी? सब कर रहे कि नहीं कर रहे? Yeah. दिख रहा है, okay. कहीं दिख रहा है आपको शॉर्ट टर्म मोमेंटम? Okay, that's okay. सबका अपना रिस्पॉन्स आना होगा, लेकिन आपको ये दिख रहा है कि लेट्स एनालाइज द डेटा एंड कुछ पॉइंट्स आ रहे हैं. यस और नो? या ना. अब देखिए क्या हुआ यहाँ पे. आपने इसको एक फर्स्ट क्वेरी पास की टू फाइंड आउट द सिंगुलर डेटा, फिर आपने इसको सेकंड क्वेरी पास की दैट हेल्प मी टू एनालाइज द डेटा. ओके, तो उसने क्या दिया आपको? बेस्ड ऑन द डेटा आपने कुछ पॉइंट दे दिए. अब इन दोनों क्वेरी के रिस्पॉन्स को मर्ज करने वाले हैं. इसको बोलते हैं इलास्टिक सर्च. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? मीन्स जो भी आप सर्च पास कर रहे हो, प्रीवियस सर्च का कॉम्बिनेशन हो सकता है, इसको बोलते हैं इलास्टिक सर्च. लेट्स सी हाउ टू डू दैट. ये क्या बता रहा है हमको? दैट कहाँ पे दिख रहा है ट्रेंड एनालिसिस? वन प्लेस, टू सीक्वेंस. ओके, कहाँ दिख रहा है वोल्टिलिटी? ओके, कहाँ दिख रहा है शॉर्ट टर्म परफॉर्मेंस, शॉर्ट मोमेंटम? ओके, सो आप सबके में फर्स्ट टर्म क्या आ रही है? ट्रेंड. तो ट्रेंड आ रहा है. Yeah. So now what you do is, thanks. Please perform trend analysis and show the output in tabular form. Okay. See अब होता क्या है, अगर आप tabular form में लिखोगे ना, तो ChatGPT will analyze the data but not tabulated. Okay. If you want to get tabular data, then you have to write show in tabular form. Just click on this or run this. Okay. So ये क्या किया है? इसने आपको डेट वाइज स्टॉक प्राइस में बता दिया कि वो ट्रेंड एनालिसिस में डिक्रीजिंग था, इंक्रीजिंग था कि क्या था. ओके, ऑल द सिंगल कमांड फ्रॉम योर मशीन. नाउ व्हाट वी कैन आल्सो डू इज, अभी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं ऑन डेटा व्हिच वाज जनरेटेड बाय ChatGPT. या बट दिस इंटरफेस आल्सो अलाउज यू टू वर्क विद रियल टाइम डेटा. मतलब अगर आपके पास डेटा अवेलेबल है, उस डेटा को भी आप यहाँ पे रीड करके एनालाइज कर सकते हैं. Okay, so the best source of data for us engineers is Kaggle. Okay, आप Kaggle पे जाके कोई भी data निकाल सकते हो. That's what we do right now. We will go to Kaggle, find a small data set, import this set over here, and see how do we analyze this. Okay, clear? Then we'll go on Kaggle ताकि हमारे results consistent रहे. It will be much easier for us. Click on a new tab and open Kaggle. Everyone knows about Kaggle? Yes or no? किसी Kaggle का नहीं पता raise your hand please. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. Kaggle is a repository of data. जैसे आप engineers हो, आप researchers हो, whatever data you have generated or worked upon or collected, Kaggle is repository जहाँ पे सब data available होता है from various researchers all over the globe. Okay. For example, sir, आपका field of interest क्या है? Field of interest electrical power systems. Okay. अब अगर power systems में कोई circuit है, जिस circuit का मेरे को THD निकालना है, हमारा distribution निकालना है, और लोगों ने उस THD को वो THD डेटा को निकाल के कहीं सेव कर रखा हुआ है, and you want that set, तो वो आप Kaggle से जाके निकाल सकते हैं. Okay, so researchers from all over the globe perform data analysis, perform data processing, and they store that data inside Kaggle, and we can use that. Okay, so let's go and click on data sets over here. Yeah, click on data sets over here on Kaggle. So for data sets, there is a link over here at the top called data sets. So click on it, and let's search for small data sets for analysis. Just type in the search bar small data sets for analysis. Because we require some small set, we can know small number समझने क्या हो रहा है, then we will go for bigger set as well. And just click on enter. Okay. सबको दिख गया है? Okay. Now see आपको दिख रहा होगा credit card, credit fraud, dealing with imbalanced assets. दिख रहा है आप लोग को? Credit fraud, yes, yes. दिख रहा है आप लोग को यहाँ पे yes or no? कहाँ नहीं दिख रहा है hand please. Okay. Just scroll down over here and just find credit fraud data set. Okay, and click on that. सबको दिख गया ये? Yes or no? नहीं दिख रहा? Okay, you can simply search over here on the search bar credit fraud data set. That's also good. The first one should come. Got it? Yes or no? Yeah. Click on that set. See, कहाँ choose करना है आप लोग को? Right from the time tag. यहाँ पे लिखा है hash time. Yeah. Select start selecting from here until the end. जहाँ तक कर सको 8-10,000 transactions are okay. Okay. तुम choose कर लिया यहाँ पर? Choose नहीं हो रहा? You don't have to drag and drop a data. Choose करना आता है with the mouse. Just go on the top left of data, click the mouse and don't leave the mouse and just scroll it down, drag it down. हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? Yeah, it's better if your mouse is available. It is much easier to use the mouse. Okay, right click on this and say copy. Right click on the data and click on copy. Done. Done? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Copy the set and inside ChatGPT. अभी देखिए अगर आप यहाँ पे सेट पेस्ट करेंगे ना तो उसको लगेगा कि ये सेट किसका है स्टॉक्स का है बड़ी यहाँ से स्टॉक्स का है क्या ये सेट किसका है क्रेडिट फॉन्ट का है so we want a new chat to be begin so let me जाके new chat पे क्लिक कर दीजिए so that we get a new window of a chat all done just paste this data over here control V and just ask ChatGPT can you understand this दिख रहा है क्या पूछना है आप लोग को ask ChatGPT at the end of the data can you understand this and click on enter and press enter this is the option too long I'll just make it well that's okay I'll just give you a file there yes class please go online and search for credit card for CSV I'm sending a file to you just open that file and we'll use that file in GPT. Yeah. Do you remember our online clipboard yesterday? Yeah. Open that clipboard. I'm sending you a small text file over there, text data over there. Go online, click on online clipboard. And just open the clipboard. Okay. Go on the clipboard and give the code over there as 3189. तो कोई याद है? On the clipboard पर क्या था हम लोगों ने? Yes or no? Yeah. Just give the code as 3189 and you will get some data over. So because again it will yes or no? Yeah. So just right click on the data and copy that and paste to ChatGPT and just ask him, do you understand this? Yeah, just paste the data and just ask ChatGPT, do you understand this? क्या response है? Yeah. Financial data. और इसको क्या क्या response आया? एक नए chat में किया तुमने इसको? Okay. और क्या response आया? It seems like we provided some numerical values. Okay. तो जहाँ जहाँ financial आ गया मतलब ChatGPT को मालूम पड़ा कि डेटा financial data जहाँ जहाँ पे नहीं आया इसका मतलब उसको नहीं मालूम पड़ा कि डेटा क्या है we have to help him out. Okay. So over here we have to correct. अब देखिए जो डेटा आपको दिया है ना मैंने in that data the last column can you see the last column over there which has 0 and 1 and so on. Okay, that's the data that is available with you. Okay, ये वो CSV फाइल जो हमने अभी सर्च की थी चैनल के ऊपर ये दिख रहा है आपको ये लास्ट कॉलम है yeah it has zeros and it also has some ones. Okay, जहाँ zero है इसका मतलब transaction is not a fraud transaction जहाँ one है वो fraud transaction. Okay, समझ में आ रहा है कि क्या डेटा है डेटा के जो फर्स्ट पॉइंट है वो कुछ पॉइंट ऐसे हैं कि उसने कितना लोन लिया था कितना ईएमआई भरा कितनी बार नहीं भरा वो सब फर्स्ट कॉलम है और जो लास्ट कॉलम है वो क्या है हम लोग का स्टेटस ऑफ फ्रॉड 1 और 0. ओके वी हैव कॉपीड दिस डेटा on ChatGPT and what I'll simply do is I've asked him that do you understand the data उसने बोला कि I can't understand the data we help him out. Okay, just write over here the last column is credit card fraud status or credit fraud status. Why? You can assume other columns as per your expertise. Okay? क्या बोलेंगे आप लोग यहाँ पे? The last column is credit fraud status, and while we can assume the other columns as per your expertise. So हमने क्या बोला उसको? वो last column पता है क्या है? It's a fraud column, and remaining columns हमको नहीं पता क्या है? You just assume that as per your expertise. Okay? And press enter. तुमने कोई लिख लिया? Yes or no? कोई लिख लिया? Okay, just write it down. Okay. Now see what it said is. सभी लिख लिया कोई? Okay. आपको रिस्पांस कुछ मिला है सर? Thank you for clarifying the purpose and so on and so forth. क्या रिस्पांस आया?
It seems like you are provided based on provided
क्या?
based on that the last one.
ये आपने उसको इनपुट दे दिया. ये रिस्पांस क्या दिया आपको?
Says that based on the information provided.
Then what?
we see that the last column indicates the credit from status for function.
Right. Okay. Now, what you do is, just write, please find patterns in the data. Please find patterns in this data. क्या लिखा आप लोगों ने? Please find patterns in data. क्या रिस्पॉन्स है? किसी को आंसर आया क्या? पैटर्न का? एक को आया. क्या आंसर आया? Give me some code to analyze the data. Okay. किसी को टेबल फॉर्म डेटा आया क्या? Okay. Because हमने जो information पास की थी वो ambiguous थी. हमने क्या बोला? Please analyze this data. We pressed enter. उसको नहीं पता डेटा क्या है, क्या analyze करना है, didn't know. Now you just modify the query a bit more clearly with the ChatGPT, and we'll tell at the prompt, please perform descriptive analysis.
लिंक हो जाएगी ना
In table form. Okay. Once you say, please perform descriptive analysis and produce the results in table form. देखिए उसने शुरू कर दिया डेटा को एनालाइज करना and also gave you the results in tabular form in terms of different feature metrics. सबको दिख रहा है ये? Too long. Okay. So shorten the data. जो हमने input पास किया छोटा पास किया. Okay. Now with the free account there are limitations of data passing and everything, so you can always pass a small data. Okay. So this is how you can use such ChatGPT and such tools to perform basic analysis. Okay. What we will do as a more general or more real-time application is we now try to create a database with the help of ChatGPT, and we'll see if the GPT interface is actually able to build a data set or a database, and are we able to use the database in real-time applications? Are we clear with that? Yes or no? Yes. Are we clear with that? Yeah. So just go on the ChatGPT and click on New Chat. अब मुझे बताइए कि आपको डेटाबेस किसके लिए बनाना है? What application? Okay. डेटाबेस क्या होता है? Yeah. Collection of data. Okay. किसने SQL सुना है? SQL क्या होता है? सबको SQL आता है? Non-CSE में SQL आता है? Okay. SQL is a structured query language. इसको नहीं आता उसके लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. But जो लोग CSE से बिलोंग नहीं करते हैं, do you know कि SQL कुछ होता है? या Oracle कुछ होता है? Okay. Now what we do is with the help of ChatGPT, without us knowing कि SQL का syntax क्या है, and without us knowing how to model the data, I will take an application from you, and based on that application, we'll create a database. Okay. Now, what application you want to build? Tell me. What I had planned is we will build a application of a college wherein we will ask the ChatGPT interface Remember, if you got a chance to design a system for institute which is allowing you to manage the attendance of the entire institute, okay? Uske liye you will require a database. Yes or no? Yeah. So what I'll ask ChatGPT to do is कि आप ही बताओ कि database क्या होना चाहिए, आप ही बताओ कि इसमें field क्या होना चाहिए, and आप ही बताओ कौन सी queries पास करनी चाहिए. Are we clear? Yeah. So go on the command line or on the prompt. I'll just write the syntax or write the command like this. Please provide a database schema for college attendance management system in MySQL syntax. Okay? अब यहाँ पे देखिए हमने क्या किया है, उसको कौन से इनपुट दिए? Please provide database schema. Schema क्या होता है? Okay, overall and database. Perfect. For what? For what? College attendance management system. In which language? MySQL. Okay. सबको कल वाला याद है ऑटो इनपुट? या अब मुझे बताइए यहाँ पे आप लोग इनपुट क्या दे रहे हैं? Provide database schema. ये फीचर हो गया. Okay. Schema for what? College attendance management system. And तीसरा क्या बोला हम लोगों ने? MySQL. तो ये क्या करेगा ChatGPT? जो उसके अंदर का डिकोडर है, जिस डिकोडर के पास में कॉलेज अटेंडेंस मैनेजमेंट से ट्रेन किया होगा, उसको ही कॉल करेगा और आपको रिस्पॉन्स देगा. Just press enter and see what response you get. Yeah. सबका डेटाबेस आ गया? Yes or no? नहीं कैसा पता है कि डेटाबेस नहीं बना सकता? अरे यहाँ तो कंसिस्टेंट है, डेटाबेस सबने सबके लिए बन रहा है. Now, because of the availability of cloud tools, आप सबके मशीन पे अगर MySQL अवेलेबल नहीं भी है, तो भी हम एक कोड को रन करके देख सकते हैं कि रिस्पॉन्स क्या आ रहा है. Okay? So I would request you to open a new tab on Google Chrome and write online MySQL. Online MySQL. Yeah, just go online and write MySQL online compiler. Just write on Google MySQL online compiler. सबको देख रहे हैं फर्स्ट लिंक क्या आ रहा होगा? Write, share and run MySQL online. सबके पे आ रहा है, click on that link. अब क्या करेंगे हम क्लाउड टूल यूज कर रहे हैं. इस क्लाउड टूल पे हम लोग MySQL का अपना कोड डिप्लॉय करेंगे. ओके, just go on that particular link. सबके पे ऐसा इंटरफेस आ गया? Yes or no? Yeah. सबके पे ऐसा इंटरफेस आ गया? Yes or no? Yeah. Now see, without doing even a bit of coding, हम लोग पूरा का पूरा डेटाबेस क्रिएट कर लेंगे without the help with the help of ChatGPT. Just go on the ChatGPT command line interface और जो भी आपको रिस्पॉन्स दिया ना यहाँ से उसको कॉपी कर लीजिए यहाँ पे. ठीक है? कॉपी का ऑप्शन आ रहा है यहाँ पे. देखो कॉपी कोड and paste the code on the interface of MySQL. सबको लिख रहा है yes or no? Yeah. मुझे बताइए आपके अंदर फर्स्ट टेबल कौन सा आया है? फर्स्ट टेबल क्या है स्टूडेंट? ओके, क्या सेम फील्ड आ रही है आपके अंदर? All fields are same? Yes or no? Yes. It should be similar, if not same. Okay. What's next? Did you get a table of courses? Okay. Did you get a table of student courses? Okay. Got table of attendance. Perfect. What else? Instructor. Then class session. Okay. So see, for the same query that all of you have put in, उसने आपको अलग अलग रिस्पॉन्स बना के दिए. All responses should be correct क्योंकि it depends कि उसने उस टाइम कौन से वाले विश ट्रेन किया, क्या इनपुट दिया, वो हिसाब से आपको रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा. ओके, just copy the entire code over here. किसी केस में ऐसा लिख के आया क्या? Create database. कोई क्वेरी में किया कि वो create database? Yes or no? आया लिख के उसको रिमूव कर दीजिए. Because जब हम लोग कंपाइलर में कंपाइल करेंगे तो हम लोग को डेटाबेस क्रिएट नहीं कर सकते. क्रिएट जो ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है, वी विल यूज दैट. ओके, फिर नेक्स्ट टाइम लिख के आइए कि यूज डेटाबेस, उसका नाम नेक्स्ट टाइम क्या लिखा हुआ है? क्रिएट के बाद नहीं, क्रिएट टेबल तो होगा, दैट्स ओके, बट क्रिएट डेटाबेस तो नहीं लिखा है. नहीं, दैट्स ओके, यूज द ओरिजिनल कोड, डोंट रिमूव दैट नाउ. ओके, अगर आपका लिख के आ रहा होगा क्रिएट डेटाबेस if from chat gpt अगर आपको रिस्पॉन्स में डेटाबेस, तो वो मत दीजिए. I'll show you why. When I did that, see मेरे को क्या रिस्पॉन्स है chat gpt ने? Create database, the database name. Okay, आप इसको अपने लोकल मशीन पे तो रन कर सकते हो, और जब आप क्लाउड में इसको रन करें तो डेटाबेस ऑलरेडी बना हुआ होता है. आपको सिर्फ क्रिएट टेबल क्वेरीज कॉल करनी होती है. Clear with that? So I'll just click on run. ऐसे रन करने के बाद में आउटपुट में एरर नहीं आ रहा होगा. ओके, क्या आ रहा है आपका आउटपुट में? प्रोग्राम डिड नॉट आउटपुट एनीथिंग. क्यों लिख के आ रहा होगा? बिकॉज़ हमने भी क्या किया, सिर्फ टेबल बनाया है. मतलब हमने भी एक स्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया है. इसमें डेटा है क्या अभी? नहीं. तो हम लोग क्या करेंगे? यू विल आस्क चैट जीपीटी टू provide us the commands or provide us the queries which we can add data in the table. Okay, how many of you here know SQL? Raise your hand please. Some of you know it. Okay, how many of you don't know SQL? Like मालूम नहीं क्या होता है? It's okay, 1 2 3 some people. Okay, that's not a problem. अगर आपको नहीं पता है तो भी chat GPT आपको help करेगा to find a particular solution for the problem. So what we'll do is we'll give the query over here. Just give some queries over here, something like this. Please write queries to insert 5 records, 5 to 10 records in each table. Please write queries. आप देखिए prompt को दीजिए. Please write queries to insert 5 to 10 records into the table. All done? All done? Yeah. Now, once you press enter, तो लिखिए ये चीज या जो लोग सीधी से नहीं उनको समझ में आ रहा है क्या हो रहा है। हम लोगों ने एक स्कीमा बनाया, वो स्कीमा में हम लोगों को स्ट्रक्चर अपने आप मिले, स्ट्रक्चर को समझना नहीं है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हम लोग को फिर क्या दिया उसमें, we have to find out some query to insert some records. Press enter and you will get the query available. So query बन रही है, देखिए, yes or no? Yeah. Now let me tell you one thing. जब ये AI tools अवेलेबल नहीं थे, जो लोग old SQL developers को पता होगा, generation of data was a big task. Okay, generating the data, finding out queries to combine the data वो बहुत बड़ा task था. हम लोगों को ये सब chat GPT tools की वजह से ये बहुत easy हो गया. Okay, let's see now how do we use this thing. You again copy the entire thing. सबका आ गया response इसका? Yeah. Copy the entire thing over here. And do not remove the old code. Old code के नीचे लिखिए आप the new code. जहाँ आपने old code लिखा था MySQL का, just below that paste the new code. All done? Yes or no? All done? Yeah. Now, once you are done, click on run on the code. That's okay. My code runs properly. पहला वाला code run हुआ था properly? पहले वाले में क्या लिखा था? ओके, बाकी सारे लोग कोड रन हो गए प्रॉपर्ली। सेकंड वाला भी, सेकंड वाला हो गया। आपको ओल्ड कोड को रिमूव नहीं करना है, उसके नीचे नया कोड लिख के आपको रन करना है। ओके, ओके, कहां कहां पे एरर दिखा रहा है क्वेरीज में? 1 and 2 थर्ड एरर दिखा रहा है। ओके, अगर कहीं एरर दिखा रहा है तो दैट्स परफेक्टली ओके। इसका मतलब है कि ऑटो एनकोडर का जो लॉस फंक्शन है प्रॉपर नहीं है, दो आउटपुट्स। ओके, क्या करना चाहिए? क्या करना चाहिए? कैन वी चेंज द लॉस फंक्शन over here? नहीं। Can we change the decoder? नहीं। But we can request one more response to the ChatGPT. Okay? जिन जिन के में एरर दिखा रहा है ना, वो लोग आपके वापस UI में आएंगे, GPT UI में। और यहाँ पे आके अगर आपने ये फर्स्ट टेबल कॉपी किया, ये फर्स्ट पेज कॉपी किया और यहाँ पे एरर दिखा है, ओके, तो नो वरीज। देखिए नीचे यहाँ पे एक रिफ्रेश का बटन दिखेगा आपको, और यू कैन सिंपली एडिट and you can say save and submit। मतलब जो फर्स्ट आपने क्वेरी पास की थी, अगर उसमें एरर दिखा रहा है उसके रिस्पॉन्स में, अगेन क्लिक ऑन एडिट ओवर हियर ऑन द फर्स्ट क्वेरी। तो वो देखना है एडिट का ऑप्शन है, या जहां पे एरर दिखा रहा है वहां पे। ओके, क्लिक ऑन एडिट एंड लेट इट जनरेट अ न्यू डेटाबेस फॉर यू। ओके, क्रिएट अ न्यू स्कीमा फॉर यू। हो सकता है जो उसने स्कीमा दिया वहां पे इंस्ट्रक्टर की स्पेलिंग रॉन्ग आ रही हो सकता है कि जो स्कीमा दिया वहां पे आईडी का स्पेलिंग रॉन्ग आ रही हो। वी वोंट डिबग दैट, वी जस्ट आस्क फॉर अ न्यू डेटाबेस। तो दिन नया आगे सेट, यस और नो? या नाउ व्हाट वी डू इज वी विल कॉपी दिस पर्टिकुलर कोड, ओके, एंड पेस्ट इनसाइड द MySQL and click on run. What without errors? वो एरर क्यों बना हुई यहाँ पे? That's okay. That's okay. लेकिन एरर निकल गया अभी? Yeah. मैम फर्स्ट. Okay. फिर आपने queries पास की next वाली. Please write queries to insert the 5 to 10 records in the database. Okay. जब आपका वो properly execute हो गया first वाला query, just give the command. Please write queries to insert 5 to 10 records in each of the tables. सबका हुआ ये execute second वाला? Yes. Click on run. And once you are done with that, you should be able to get the response output. Okay. While we are doing this exercise, I would request each and every one of you. इसके बाद हम लोग एक काम करने वाले हैं, where we will be creating a PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT in say 10-15 minutes, not more than that. So I would request all of you to come up with some idea. Like आपको PPT किस पे बनानी है? हॉलिडे प्लान पे बनानी है, कोई कोर्स पे बनानी है, कोई और चीज जो आपको प्रेजेंट करके बनानी है. Just keep an idea in mind and I'll just take some ideas and based on the content of the class we do that. Okay. So सबका आ गया output? Yes or no? Yeah. Next आपको पास करना है query. Yeah. Next query पास करनी है आपको इसमें. Please write queries to insert 5 to 10 records in these tables. जब ये क्वेरी आपने पेज करके रन किया तो आपके आउटपुट में कोई रिकॉर्ड आया क्या? क्या आउटपुट में आया? प्रोग्राम डिड नॉट प्रोवाइड एन आउटपुट. लास्ट में क्या हो रहा है? काम कर रहा है या क्या आउटपुट आया? आउटपुट क्या है? काम कर रहे हो नहीं कर रहे हो? क्या आउटपुट आया? यहाँ पे क्या आउटपुट आया? The program did not provide a output. Okay. Now, जब आप SQL में भी काम करते हो, SQL में there are 4 kinds of queries. Okay. कौन सी बातें होती है? Insert query क्या करती है? डेटा ऐड करने काम आती है. अपडेट, मॉडिफाई, डिलीट, रिमूव. ये तीनों क्वेरीज का आउटपुट कुछ आएगा क्या? ये सिर्फ ऐड करेगी डेटा, अपडेट करेगी या फिर डिलीट करेगी. फोर्थ क्वेरी है सिलेक्ट क्वेरी. कौन सी क्वेरी को? सिलेक्ट. ये क्वेरी का आउटपुट आएगा. ओके. तो अभी तक हम लोगों ने कौन सी क्वेरी पास की है? क्रिएट एंड इंसर्ट. क्या आपने कोई क्वेरी पास की? यहाँ से डेटा वहां से आएगा वापस? No, we didn't pass any such query. We only passed the queries to insert the records. So once you are done with that, सबका हो गया लिख के? या जो भी कोड आया कॉपी कीजिए, जो existing कोड से उसके नीचे आके पेस्ट कीजिए. Again, जो कोड आया कॉपी कीजिए. अब देखिए आप लोग इसमें शायद एक सिंगल क्वेरी में सारे कोड डाल लेंगे. मेरे in my case it gave me 3 different queries. This one, this two, and 3. And 4. And once you're done, click on run. You should be able to get the result that program did not output anything. All set with that? Yes or no? Yeah. Once we are done, अभी हम लोगों के पास डेटाबेस भी बन गया, हमारे पास क्वेरीज डेटा इंसर्ट भी हो गया. ओके. Did we write even one line of code? अब देखिए जितनी भी बड़े कंपनीज भी है ना, कंपनीज will only require you to have good logic. मतलब प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कैसे करनी है मालूम होना चाहिए. प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते वक्त क्या कोडिंग करनी है नहीं मालूम तो भी चलता है. Because all the codes are available with ChatGPT and Bard and other tools. Okay. So let's move ahead. दो काम हो गए, क्रिएशन हो गया, इंसर्शन हो गया. ओके. नाउ व्हाट वी डू इज वी विल आस्क ChatGPT टू प्रोवाइड क्वेरीज टू सिलेक्ट द डेटा. ओके. अब जो डेटा इंसर्ट किया है वही डेटा को वापस लेके आने में कोई मतलब नहीं. ओके. What we'll do is we'll ask ChatGPT to join some tables. Join का मतलब क्या होता है? In SQL. For example, अगर आपके पास एक टेबल है ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स और एक टेबल है ऑफ अटेंडेंस, ओके? तो स्टूडेंट का एक रोल नंबर होगा, यस, रोल नंबर 1. जब अटेंडेंस टेबल में जाओगे आप, तो वहां पे आप स्टूडेंट का नाम सेव नहीं करोगे, आप क्या सेव करोगे? उसका रोल नंबर. इसको बोलते हैं आईडी. क्या बोलते हैं? आईडी. ये उनके लिए बोल रहा है जो नॉन सीरियस है, सो दैट यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि हम लोग क्या बात कर रहे हैं. स्टूडेंट टेबल में क्या है? उसका आईडी है, नाम है, रोल नंबर, सब कुछ चीज है. हम लोगों के पास स्टूडेंट टेबल से हम जाएंगे अटेंडेंस टेबल में. अगर एक स्टूडेंट ने क्लास किया होगा तो वहां पे क्या पास करेंगे? स्टूडेंट का आईडी और उसने वो क्लास किया है कि नहीं किया है, प्रेजेंट या एब्सेंट है. इसको अगर हमने दोनों टेबल से कंबाइन कर लिया तो इसको हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे? ज्वाइन द टेबल्स. ओके, तो हम लोग अभी क्या बोलेंगे चैटजीपीटी को? We don't know कि क्या आउटपुट चाहिए. We just say, please provide some select queries to join these tables. Clear? And let's see how that works. Give it a simple query, something like this. Just give it a input something like this. Please write complex queries to join these tables. Give the input as, please write complex queries to join these tables. Okay? Once you are done, press enter. Okay, once you are done, press enter, and you should be able to get some queries available. Okay? Again, अगर आपको इसके बारे में कुछ भी नहीं पता है तो उनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, क्योंकि हम लोग अभी सब बात कर रहे हैं प्योर इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में. We are not doing anything which is technically SQL like. We are only telling that कि मेरे को डेटा रिप्रेजेंट दीजिए, मेरे को इंसर्ट के लिए कुछ कमांड दीजिए और to give some command to join the tables. Okay? Let's say we got the first command. आप लोगों को यहाँ पे कितनी क्वेरीज मिली individually? How many queries? 1, 4, 5. Okay. Let's execute the query one by one and see result क्या होता है. I'll just copy the first query. अब देखिए मेरी क्वेरी आप एक बार देख लीजिए, then आपको अपनी क्वेरी समझ में आ जाएगी. Okay. First query क्या बोलती है? It is joining students, attendance and classes. क्या कर रहा होगा ये? क्या कर रहा होगा ये? स्टूडेंट्स का जो टेबल है उसको कंबाइन करेगा विद व्हाट? अटेंडेंस. और उसको कंबाइन करेगा विद व्हाट? क्लासेस. लेट्स सी इफ दिस वर्क्स. जस्ट पुट दिस क्वेरी एट द एंड. तो लिख क्या है कि वेयर डॉट लगाएगा कि वेयर लिखे इन द क्वेरी. ओके, अगर वेयर लिखा है तो just remove that clause where class ID or something and just run this query and see what response you get. See, in my case, I've got the response like this. कहाँ पे response आगे query का भेजा है? एक सब जगह आगे मैक्सिमम, right? Just see कि आपका response में कुछ आ रहा है क्या? कि student की details के साथ में you are able to combine some other details as well. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see what's next. It has also given us some different queries with the attendance count. Just copy this query at the end, paste the query, and just keep checking the output. एरर दिखाएगा. अब क्या करना है, जो लास्ट क्वेरी आपने कॉपी की थी ना, उसके आगे में सेमीकोलन डाल दीजिए. The last query that you passed, just put a semicolon after that and then run the code. Otherwise क्या करेगा उसको दो अलग-अलग query समझ में नहीं आएगी, तो just feed it a single query. जब भी last query हम semicolon डाल देंगे, then run it. See, once you run this thing, you get two outputs. First for the first query, second for the second query. Are we clear with that? Yes or no? Yeah. कहाँ पे output आया लिखना please. कहाँ पे error आया लिखना please. Error आया. क्या error दिखा रहा है? Okay. So if there is an error in the query, please use some other query जिसने generate किया है. Possibility है कि जो query उसने दिया उसमें कोई spelling mistake किया होगा. Okay. So we just remove that query and use a new query. Okay. So now tell me, was it easy or difficult to create a database in ChatGPT? Simple है difficult है. जो लोगों को SQL आता नहीं भी होगा, उन लोगों ने भी कर लिया होगा. Okay? Was this possible without ChatGPT? Lot of effort, right? You have to learn the syntax, you have to learn how to write the query and all. अब इन सब की वजह से ये मत सोचना कि AI जॉब ले जाएगा. बहुत लोगों के दिमाग में चीज रहती है कि AI आ गया तो मेरा क्या काम है, जॉब ले जाएगा ये. ऐसा नहीं है. आपको पता है 1990, 1995 वगैरह जब इन्फोसिस का इंसेप्शन हुआ था, उस टाइम पे there was something called as templates. Okay? पहले क्या होता था कि वेबसाइट पे हाथ से क्रिएट करते थे HTML हेड बॉडी और उस टाइम पे टेम्पलेट्स आ रहे थे. टेम्पलेट्स मींस व्हाट? CSS टेम्पलेट होते थे, HTML होते थे. तो लोगों को लगता था कि टेम्पलेट्स आ गया तो वेबसाइट हमसे तो बनाएंगे नहीं, लोग अपने आप बना लेंगे. ओके, बट ऐसा हुआ नहीं. उसकी वजह से क्रिएटिविटी और बढ़ी और वेबसाइट्स और एडवांस हो गई. ओके, so Narayan Murthy in his interview said that AI tools की वजह से ये मत सोचना कि जॉब चले जाएगी, ये सोचना कि जॉब में और क्रिएटिविटी आ जाएगी. क्लियर? जॉब फिर भी है क्योंकि इसको ऑपरेट करने के लिए तो कुछ चाहिए. यस और नो? सो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड अ प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर. तो सुना होगा प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर? या कितने इफेक्टिवली आप ऐसे प्रॉम्प्ट दे सकते हो कि आपको रिस्पांस करेक्ट मिले. दैट्स द मेन रोल ऑफ अ प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियर. ओके, सो all set with this? Yes or no? Yeah. Now, this completes the session on how to use ChatGPT. It's a very simple session. इसमें तो टेक्निकलिटी नहीं गई. अब हम जो करने वाले हैं वो थोड़ा सा क्रिएटिव काम रहेगा. Okay? While we were doing this, I'm giving you a small task. Give me some ideas of a PPT that you wanted to make. Just raise your hand and give me an idea. Gym routine. Okay. So he wants to make a PPT on gym routine. That's okay. Something else? Sports bikes. Okay. So we'll just combine the two. We will say you want to make a PPT which combines gym routines and sports bikes, for example. Okay. अब मुझे बताइए PPT में आपको क्या क्या लगेगा? First we require text, right? उसके पहले हमको चाहिए कि PPT का फ्लो क्या होगा या PPT में कौन सा स्लाइड होगी. Okay. And we also require the contents of each slide. Yes or no? Now, can a PPT be completed without diagrams? Good PPT. Right? Now, what ChatGPT can actually do is it cannot create diagrams yet with the free version, but it can provide you with certain syntaxes. तो syntax को आप use करके diagram बना सकते हो. Okay? For those of who you feel that आपको any diagram create करना, you want to create a flow chart, you want to create a block diagram, you want to create an architecture diagram, without even writing a single line of code, you can do it with ChatGPT. I'll show you how to do it. Okay. Secondly, ये तो ChatGPT की बात हो गई. वो हमको syntax, वो हमको flow भी देगा, वो हमको content भी देगा, वो हमको diagram बनाने भी देगा. Okay. Don't you think that a PPT should always have good visuals? Yeah. So ChatGPT free वाले में तो visual नहीं मिलते हैं. So we use Bard for that. Okay. Google, sorry, not Bard. We use Bing for that. Bing AI for that. Okay. So what Bing will do is Bing will help you to generate some images but we don't know what image we want. तो हम चैट जीपीटी से पूछेंगे कि आप बताओ कि मैं बिंग को क्या कमांड पास करूं कि मेरे को इमेज मिल जाए. Are we clear? So now we are interfacing the two AIs and we'll see if the response क्या होता है. Okay? Sound interesting? Yeah. So bike and gym. Okay. So we'll just give the heading of the PPT. Something like this. Just open any PPT and we'll just give it a heading. Just सबके पास PowerPoint है? Yeah. Open any PowerPoint on your machines. See now we just do a small experiment in the class. आइडिया भी आपको चैट जीपीटी देगा, आपको चूज करना है कौन सा आइडिया यूज करना है. ओके, ताकि एट द एंड सबकी पीपीटी अलग अलग बने. Everyone should have a different kind of PPT in front of them. Okay, I have two keywords, bike and gym. Can you give me some more keyword? Anything? That's a very different keyword. Literature review. Okay, so what we'll do is we will just give three keywords: review, bike and gym. और देखते हैं कि चैट जीपीटी को क्या रिस्पॉन्स देता है. ओके, just go on chat gpt and make a new chat over here. Okay, and just write over here, give me ideas to prepare a PPT with on the keywords bike, gym and review. Now see, मुझे अभी कुछ नहीं पता कि ये क्या रिस्पॉन्स देने वाला है. हो सकता है रिस्पॉन्स मेरा अलग हो और तो आपका रिस्पॉन्स अलग हो. ओके, whatever prompts I will give you, the prompt will be generic for all responses. तो आप अपने केस में खुद के रिस्पॉन्स के प्रॉम्प्ट चूज कर सकते हो. ओके, एंड इट्स नॉट इवन रिक्वायर्ड कि आप बाइक जिम और रिव्यू दें. आपकी इच्छा कि आपको क्या कीवर्ड देना है. बट फॉर द फर्स्ट PPT let's do the same thing and then the review की सबसे PPT क्या बनेगी. Okay, let's go ahead and press enter. Now see, उसने क्या दिया मेरे को रिस्पॉन्स में. It has given me an entire slide layout और flow कि कौन सा स्लाइड होनी चाहिए और हर स्लाइड में क्या कवर होना चाहिए. तो दिख रहा है yes or no. या कहाँ पे ये लेआउट नहीं आया ये ध्यान. कहाँ पे ये ऐसा फ्लो लेआउट नहीं आया ये ध्यान. क्या रिस्पॉन्स आया आपको?
अलग अलग बाइक का अलग आया और जिम का अलग आया, ऐसे करके अलग.
Okay, in case you didn't get a flow response, remake the response, make it refresh and just repeat the response. Okay, I hope everyone has got a response now. Yes or no? Yeah. Now see, as engineers or as a new person to the ChatGPT interface, आपको लगेगा कि मैं ये सब चीजें उसको एक साथ करने बोल दूं कि create the intro slide, benefit slide, सब कुछ एक साथ करने बोल दो. अगर आप ऐसा करने बोलेंगे तो PPT तो बन जाएगी, but that won't have enough depth in it. It won't have enough content in it. वो एक ऊपर ऊपर से PPT बनाने दे देगा. Okay? So what we'll do now is just to go enough depth, we will try to create every slide separately. Okay? So first things first, जब आपने PowerPoint खोला तो आपका first slide क्या दिखता है? Title of PPT? Yes or no? So I'll just ask ChatGPT, what can be the title of this PPT? What can be the title of this presentation? सबका आ गया एकदम रेडी? या आपका फिटनेस फ्यूजन या और किसका अगला है फिट फ्यूजन वेल इन्फॉर्म ओके। तो देखिए एक सिंगल क्वेरी जो आपने 3 सेम कीवर्ड पास किए मेरे को उसने क्या दिखाया pedal to pump a comprehensive explanation of fitness through biking gym workouts and reviews okay तो उसने कंबाइन करके मेरे को एक टाइटल दे दिया we start with the ppt आप टाइटल कॉपी कीजिए यहां से and paste the title inside your first slide or done yeah and just presented by something like that all done all done yeah now we'll start making the slides one by one अब मेरे को बताइए आपकी फर्स्ट स्लाइड में क्या लिखा है like in my case my first slide is it shows something like this my first slide is showing introduction slide तो कितनी ये आ रही है yeah लेकिन इसके अंदर जो आपका टाइटल आ रहा होगा वो थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट आ रहा होगा yes or no मेरे इसमें आ रहा है exploring the world of fitness that is even video आपके कुछ और आ सकता है okay so what you do is copy this title from here okay and make a new slide and paste it so boring काम है but ठीक है we have to understand how this works so we will do that okay तो तुमने कॉपी कर लिया फर्स्ट टाइटल yes or no yeah and just so that बाबा ऊपर नीचे नहीं करना पड़े or how we do that yeah all done with this yes or no all done yeah अब मुझे बताइए पीपीटी में जो पॉइंट्स होने चाहिए वो पॉइंट्स कितने होने चाहिए डिस्क्रिप्टिव शॉर्ट की लॉन्ग short इन पॉइंट्स को हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स yeah so we can ask ChatGPT to generate bullet points for our PPT okay so what we do now is we simply say आपने ये हेडिंग कॉपी की हुई है फर्स्ट हेडिंग कॉपी की हुई है go inside the browser and say please write 5 bullet points on and paste the first line. Please write 5 bullet points on exploring the world of fitness, biking, gym, and reviews. All done? मुझे नहीं पता कि आप लोग का फर्स्ट पेज का हेडिंग क्या है, बट जो भी हेडिंग है वो आपने कॉपी किया हुआ है. आपको सिर्फ क्या करना है? Please write 5 bullet points in this thing. अब देखिए एक चीज आप लोग ये मार्क कर रहे होगे. Whenever I am requesting a prompt, I am saying please, right? वो human थोड़ी है, मैं तो please बोलूँगा, right? But AIs in such cases, such complex AIs, they understand empathy. क्या होता है empathy? जिस टोन में आप रिक्वेस्ट दोगे, वो टोन में आपको रिस्पॉन्ड मिलेगा, ओके? आप कुछ स्लैंग रिक्वेस्ट दोगे, तो आपको स्लैंग रिस्पॉन्स देगा. तो if you want a better request, you have to अगर आपको रिस्पॉन्स नहीं चाहिए, you have to give a proper request to the AI, okay? Just understand this by chatting with a person, and that person has the knowledge of the entire world, and based on that, you will get the response, okay? Now press enter, and let's see what response it gave me. सबके इसमें आगे 5 points, या क्या ये points concise आए हैं कि बड़े आए हैं? Big size आए हैं? Do we require such a big size font of text? Yes or no? If you want, you can do it. I personally don't like such big descriptive text. So what I will do is, if you don't want such big text, just write please concise this. Please concise the length of these points. अब देखिए आपने क्या बोला, प्लीज कंसाइज द लेंथ ऑफ दीज पॉइंट्स. दीज मतलब क्या, तो कॉन्टेक्स्ट से समझ लिया कि जो हमने लास्ट रिस्पॉन्स दिया था उसके पॉइंट्स को रिड्यूस कर रहे हैं. प्लीज कंसाइज द लेंथ ऑफ दीज पॉइंट्स. प्रेस एंटर. Got the 5 points now? Concise in the format. Just copy these 5 points over here and paste inside the PPT. Now tell me, क्या ये अच्छा लग रहा है कि I should find out some kind of a graph for this? ये फॉर्म में दिखाऊं कि एक ग्राफ फॉर्म में दिखाऊं? Graph is better? Yeah. So what we'll do is, now we'll ask ChatGPT to create a graph. But ChatGPT free वर्जन में ग्राफ नहीं बना सकता, लेकिन वो ग्राफ बनाने का सिंटैक्स दे सकता है. क्या दे सकता है? सिंटैक्स. ओके. अब इस सिंटैक्स कहाँ पे काम में आएगा? ऑनलाइन टूल्स हैं, जिन टूल्स में अगर आपने एक सिंटैक्स पेश किया तो वो ग्राफ बना के दे देते हैं. ओके. आप ChatGPT को बोलोगे कि आप इसको ग्राफ उस सिंटैक्स में बना के दो, ChatGPT को सिंटैक्स में ग्राफ बना के देगा, आपको ऐसे ग्राफ कॉपी करके वहां पेस्ट करना है. ठीक है, ट्राई करें. या सो लेट्स सी. जो टूल की मैं बात कर रहा हूं उसका नाम है ग्राफ विज. जस्ट ओपन अ न्यू टैब एंड राइट ग्राफ विज. GRAPHVIZ. GRAPHVIZ. Click on this tool. And देखिए मुझे ग्राफ विज ऑनलाइन. मुझे ग्राफ विज ऑनलाइन दिखा सब लोग को? Can you see graph viz online? Yes or no? Click on that. तो देखा लेफ्ट साइड में कोड है और राइट साइड में ग्राफ बन गया है. Yes or no? Yeah. Now I don't know this code और ये कोड में समझना भी नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे ये पता है कि ग्राफ विद नाम का एक टूल है जिस टूल से ग्राफ बन सकते हैं. Yes or no? Yeah. I will not even write a single line of code. I will generate the graph for our first slide with the help of graph viz. Okay? Without even writing one line of code. Let's see how to do that. Go into ChatGPT and give a prompt. Can you represent this as a flowchart? जो उसने रिस्पॉन्स दिया है मैं उसको बोल रहा हूँ, कैन यू रिप्रेजेंट दिस रिस्पॉन्स एज अ फ्लो चार्ट. ओके. आप एंटर दबाइए. इट विल डेफिनेटली गिव यू सम फ्लो चार्ट एट डाउन. ओके. सबके फ्लो चार्ट आ गया. या सम फॉर्म फ्लो चार्ट जो हम पीपीटी में यूज नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि वो टेक्स्ट फॉर्म में है और यूज करके पीपीटी बहुत खराब दिखेगी. ओके. अब फ्लो चार्ट तो आ गया हमारे पास. अब हम ChatGPT को बोलेंगे कि इस फ्लो चार्ट को आप रिप्रेजेंट करोगे ग्राफ विद सिंटैक्स. क्या बोलेंगे उसको? कन्वर्ट दिस फ्लो चार्ट इनटू अ ग्राफ विद फॉर्मेट. हाउ डू वी डू दैट? जस्ट गो ऑन द प्रॉम्प्ट एंड राइट प्लीज provide this flow chart in graph with syntax. A word of caution, हमेशा ही बनाना जरूरी नहीं है, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम से बना के देगा. अगर नहीं बना रहा है तो रिफ्रेश और री आस्क द सेम क्वेश्चन. सबके इसमें आगे यस और नो. यस लास्ट क्वेश्चन आ रहा है, हम लोग के इसमें नहीं आ रहा है. ग्राफ आ रहा है. या ओके. सबके इसमें आएगा ग्राफ सिंटैक्स. यस और नो. Just copy this code from here. Copy this code from here and paste inside GraphViz. Remove the entire code from GraphViz and here paste कर दीजिए. Okay. Replace the entire code in GraphViz and देखो वो ग्राफ बन के मिल जाएगा. Yes or no? Yeah. So आपने ये ग्राफ बनाने के लिए कुछ कोडिंग किया, पेंट ब्रश ओपन किया, कोई डू ओपन किया नहीं. ये सब आप किसने बना के दिया? Directly via ChatGPT without doing any coding. Okay. Now we will just use this graph in our PPT. How do we do that? यहाँ देखिए लिखा है वो फॉर्मेट लिखा है SVG. वहां क्लिक करके बोलिए PNG image element. तो वो देखा PNG image element. Click on that and click on download. Click on download. All done? Yes. Now you come on your PowerPoint and just insert that slide somewhere, or remove these points and just say insert a picture and insert that picture. Okay. Now see, without even doing one single line of code, without even writing any kind of imaging APIs, I've simply converted that text into a flowchart. All done with that? सबका हो गया project बन गया? Yes or no? Yeah. Any queries in this? Query है इसके अंदर? सबका आगे? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now come inside ChatGPT again, and let's see what was our next slide. Next step क्या थी आपकी? Yes. Yes. Next step क्या थी आप सबकी? ऊपर जाइए रिस्पॉन्स में चेक कीजिए कि नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या थी. Yeah. क्या था next step?
The bike is what
Importance of fitness.
Important friends, okay? So now what we are going to do is very interesting. We will be generating an image based on this particular information, okay? Just copy this benefits of biking from here. और जो अभी तक आपने किया था सेम काम, मतलब वो स्लाइड जनरेट कीजिए, उसका ग्राफ जनरेट कीजिए, ग्राफ पेस्ट कीजिए, एंड देन आई विल शो यू व्हाट टू डू नेक्स्ट. ओके. जो आपने स्लाइड वन में किया था ना अभी, कि आपने उसको बोला था कि प्लीज क्रिएट 5 बुलेट पॉइंट फॉर द स्लाइड, वो आप इसके लिए भी कीजिए, स्लाइड नंबर 2 के लिए, उसको भी फ्लो में कन्वर्ट कीजिए और उससे ग्राफ पेज बनाइए बाय योरसेल्फ. ओके, ताकि इनको प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी कैसे करना है इसको. आई एम डूइंग इट on a screen. If you want, you can watch, no problem. So I've got my 5 bullet points of benefits of biking. So I simply say, please concise these points. Now this is true for all your PPTs, okay? जब फाइल को प्रिंट बनाएंगे या आप अपना कोई रिसर्च प्रपोजल सबमिट करेंगे या आप कोई भी डॉक्यूमेंट क्रिएट करेंगे, अगर आपको उसमें इमेजेस चाहिए, विजुअलाइजेशन चाहिए, कंटेंट क्या है गाने समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, आप इससे पूछ के वो कंटेंट बना के डाल सकते हैं. ओके. Even for your resumes, when you are applying to IT companies and you want to get a good resume, when you are applying for say a grant in the US, or you want to do MS from US and you don't know how to file your application files, आप directly तो पूछ के application create कर सकते हो. Okay, let's see what we will do next. So we got the heading benefits of biking. And the new slide. And we pasted these 5 points. Okay. आप लोग ग्राफ में बनाइए और बनने के बाद फिर बताइए then I will tell you how to actually create this particular or convert this particular point into an image, not a graph, an image, a visual image. Okay. The same flow as the flow chart, the graph is. I'm making one thing. जैसे आप बोलेंगे ना अब next time कि please represent the flow chart. In my case उसने already graph में दे दिया उसको. Yeah. See वो कितना context sensitive है. उसको मालूम है कि what kind of output you expecting and based on the output उसने already उसको graph में convert कर दिया. All done? Yes or no? Yeah. So I'll just copy this particular graph with syntax from here. Paste the syntax on the graph with tool. Now get the output, I'll just download the file and I'll just use the file here. Okay, can you see this? I'm now able to generate the entire flow or the entire visualization directly from the GPT interface. अब मुझे बताइए जब आपने कोड रन किया था जब आपने आपका ये ग्राफ वाला कोड रन किया था उसके पहले 5 पॉइंट्स आए थे आपके पास yes or no yeah shall we convert those points into an image yeah into a visual image okay to do that we will be using the Bing AI use करेंगे यहाँ पे Bing AI let's see how we use that we'll go on the ChatGPT interface okay all clear तो यहाँ पे आ गए yeah मुझे 5 पॉइंट्स थे आपके पास कॉपी कर लीजिए जो 5 पॉइंट्स थे आपके मेरे थे आपको वहां से कॉपी कर लीजिए उसको all done yes or no copy कर लिया now inside the GPT prompt paste those points and just write this command please provide a prompt to generate visual images based on these points. Just write the prompt. Please provide a prompt. हम GPT से पूछ रहे हैं कि prompt दो मेरे को. कौन सा prompt दो? That can generate visual images from these points. Which points? ये 5 point paste किया है. Okay? All done? Yes or no? Okay? क्या करना है समझ में हम लोग को? We have to first copy these 5 points जो हमने लिए थे वहां से, and then just write. Please provide a prompt to generate images based on these points. Are we clear with that? Yes or no? Yeah. ये prompt होता क्या है? Prompt क्या होता है? जो आप लिख रहे हो prompt है. जो आप लिख रहे हो नहीं चाहिए, ये prompt है. आपका prompt दे रहे हैं, वो आपको response दे रहे हैं. Just click on enter, press enter. Now see, इसने क्या किया देखिए. Here is the prompt to generate visual images based on provided points. सबके इसमें आ गया prompt? Yeah. मेरा prompt बड़ा है, आपका prompt छोटा भी आया होगा. That's not a problem. सबके prompt आ गया है ना? Something like this. Here is the prompt to generate the images. Yes or no? हाँ क्या response है आपका? आ गया ना? Now copy that particular prompt from here. Only the prompt, okay? Then prompt copy कीजिए. आप लोग इसमें एक आया कि 5 prompt है? 5 prompt है, okay? Just copy this prompt from here. Done copying? Yeah. Now open a new tab and write Bing AI. Right? Bing AI. Bing क्या है? It's a search engine from Microsoft. वहाँ पर image generation की capabilities available है. Okay? I'm just going to Bing AI and just click on Bing. चलो Bing AI पे आ गए? Yes or no? सब ये prompt पे आ गए सब लोग? Yes or no? Okay? Just paste the prompt over here and press enter. Just paste the prompt and press enter. सब किस पे आ गया क्या? इन केस आपने साइन इन नहीं किया, साइन करने के बाद वो प्रॉम्प्ट का रिस्पॉन्स देगा आपको. प्रॉम्प्ट आपको वहां से मिला चैट जीपीटी से, तो साइन इन करेंगे यहाँ पर, साइन इन विद प्रॉम्प्ट ईमेल आईडी पासवर्ड. Just wait for a minute to come. Just log into Bing and just put the prompt. The output should come. कहीं पे आया आउटपुट? Yeah. मुझे जाने? सॉफ्टवेयर. कहाँ पे आगे कुछ दे देना प्लीज. 1 2 3. Yeah. Okay. Go to bing.com and paste the prompt. bing.com, page the prompt and write Copilot. The Copilot पे जाके click कीजिए, get done. कहाँ पे आया आपको भेजा है please? Please help those guys out. कहाँ पे आया? Please help them out. कहाँ पे आया? Now see, once I do that, I will be able to get such images. So please, are you images? Yes or no? Yeah. You can simply click on the image. And download that. Okay, click on the download the image. So we do for all the remaining images, and you can put these images inside your PPT. Okay, instead of this slide, you can simply use the new slide, and we can put that particular thing inside the PPT. Got the point? See, without doing even a single line of code, you are now able to generate the results like this. Are we clear with that? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. Was it fun? अच्छा है, right? Based on this, you can create PPTs, you can create Word documents, you can create Excel sheets. If you want, you can also ask ChatGPT for formulas. If you don't know that, it will give you all the formulas. Okay. Now, what I'll do is we'll take a quick break of 5 minutes. We'll come back, and while you're on a break, just think of what is a pain point in your learning curve that can be solved with ChatGPT. And after that, we just try
Yes.
Yes. Now what happens is when you just 10 15 minutes of time and then you wrap up. Okay. I just want to show you something and then we'll wrap it. So I think we have seen two AI tools now. One is BARD, one is Bing, and one is ChatGPT. Okay. The third and the most upcoming AI tool is BARD, Google's BARD. Okay. BARD will be helpful to you when you want to do something or when you want to generate something which is visually very rich, or when you want to get help in your coding problems. That's where BARD will help you. So आप लोग एक नया window open कीजिए with the BARD AI. Just go and write BARD AI and press enter. Write BARD 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 AI and press enter. Done? Done? You can try BARD and you should get the BARD AI available. Just approve everything that it says and just go and slightly BARD AI. Okay. Now, when you did your first slide with ChatGPT, तो एक्सेल में क्या कमांड दिया था? Please analyze the stock prices for Jio. और वो नहीं कर पाया था, right? क्यों नहीं कर पाया था? Because उसके पास online access नहीं है. It only has a limited database. But BARD over here has the access to the entire internet as well. जो भी आप यहाँ query पूछोगे, that query will be passed in real time. You get the real responses. Okay. Let's try the first query that we passed over here. Let's just give find stock prices for Jio. See, जब आपने वहां दिया था चैट जीपीटी पर उसने क्या रिस्पॉन्स दिया था? Sorry, I cannot do that. I don't have the capability or I don't have the access. यहाँ देखिए इसने क्या किया है? इसने आपको रिलायंस जियो का कल स्टॉक प्राइस भी दिया और उसका पूरा को ग्राफ भी बना के दिया। Can you see that thing? Yes or no? सबके इस पे आ रही है? Just give the query. Find stock price for Jio. Yeah, so just give press find stock price for Reliance Industries Limited. That's also okay. Just give any stock name, Jio or have you typed Jio with JIM small? That's yeah, that's fine. It is giving you the error. If you type JIM capital, it will be able to show you the actual stock list. Okay. देखिए तो फर्क क्या है चैट जीपीटी और इसमें बार्ड में चैट जीपीटी का फ्री वर्जन does not have access to the internet while bard has access to the entire suite of internet options. Okay, then what you can do is you can also ask it for recent values. Okay, let's just say how was RIL Reliance Limited stock traded today? How was and give the stock name trade today. तो ये आपको रियल टाइम बताएगा कि आज करंट पोजीशन है आरआई का स्टॉक ट्रेड कैसे हुआ था. Can you see this thing? Yes or no? Yeah. It is able to show you कि RIL ने पॉजिटिवली 3% गेन किया है कल से हायर ये हुआ था. You can get the entire thing in real time. आपने prompt दिया है. I gave the prompt over here as How was RL stock traded today? All done? Yeah. Now let's see, that was a small example of how you use BART for real-time operations. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll try to write some code with BART and we'll test that code if it's working or not. Okay. Give me a sample problem जो आप लोग को लगता है कि solve करने में दिक्कत जाती है. Do you know about Fibonacci? Fibonacci क्या होता है? Behavior to number को add करके next number आता है. Okay. To write the code of Fibonacci is a bit tricky, right? You have to A equals to 0, A equals to 0, B equals to 1, and then you have to keep on adding that. Okay. So what we'll do is we will ask BART to actually write a code of Fibonacci in which language you want. B, Python, Java. Okay. Let's try for all the three. We just give BART a command. Please write Python code to generate Fibonacci series. Spelling देख लीजिएगा Fibonacci की. It should be Fibonacci. Press enter. See, आप सब code मिल गया इसका? Yes or no? Okay. You can simply copy this entire code from here. And you can paste the code on Colab. अगर Colab like launch नहीं करें तो that's okay. You can simply go and write Python online compiler. And you can open the compiler of Python, it's available online, and you can simply paste the code. Paste it, run it, you should be able to get the output without any problems. Okay? So see, even though you didn't know how to write a code in Python of Fibonacci, you are now able to write that code and you will run that code. Okay? Give me one more problem. Okay, this is a very good question that is asked in interviews. Let's say you have two hands on a clock or in the hand. How to find the angle between these two hands? Yeah? Yeah. Whenever you would go for interviews, you have some such questions that given the R hand and the main hand of the clock, how to find the angle between these two hands? For example, अगर 3 बज रहे हैं तो क्या एंगल होगा? 90 degrees. 6 बज रहे हैं तो and so on, right? But अगर 4:05 हुए तो yeah. अगर बीच में करेंगे तो you will have something like 10 degrees, 20 degrees that angle, right? Okay. So what we'll do is, if we want to write this code by ourselves, so we have to think of the logic, right? कि 1 मिनट में कितना angle change हुआ, वो हिसाब से हम वो निकालेंगे, right? Instead of doing that, what you can do is you can ask BART to generate the code for you, and he will generate, and you can understand that code as well. Okay. Let's see how to do that. Go on BART and simply write, please generate code Python code with the following information, and give the information like this. Given the hour and minute and of clock, write code to find angle between these axes. Please generate Python code the following information given. Given the R and minute of the clock, write code to find angle between these hands. Okay. So जब ऑनलाइन जाते हैं आप कोई भी टेस्ट देने की ट्राई करते हैं या कोई भी मॉक इंटरव्यू देने ट्राई करते हैं, अगर आपको वहाँ कोई आंसर नहीं आता है, don't cheat with BART because you will come under like unethical practices. But अगर नहीं आता है, write the question down. इंटरव्यू के बाद या उस सेशन के बाद नेट पे जाके आप पढ़ सकते हो कि आप कहाँ गलत हो गए और अपने आप को लर्न कर सकते हो. Okay? Never ever use such AI tools while you are doing your interviews or while you are doing some test online because that is under non-ethical practices. आप directly बाहर हो जाओगे इंटरव्यू से. Okay, and you will not be able to clear the exam because nowadays they track your screen के screen पे क्या कर रहे हैं. Okay, so make sure that this is only a learning thing. आप उसको learning के लिए use करें. Okay, let's press enter on this and see what response we get.
Limit of code that the schools can take. Like, is it possible to develop a project code?
Yeah, so very good question. If you are using a paid tool like ChatGPT 4, people have generated their entire apps with that tool. Okay, अगर आप Android developer हैं और आपको Android में कुछ app बनानी है, the entire app can be made with the help of the tool. Obviously, it won't do full work. It will assist you to do 70% of the work. जो आपको syntaxes नहीं आते हैं, जहाँ पे आपने कोई syntax error कर दिया, logical issue आ रहा है, all those issues can be solved with the help of this particular AI. Okay, but don't expect that tool to generate the entire project for you. That's not possible क्योंकि हर project की अपनी limitations होती है. For example, if you are given a project to find out attendance of a class with a camera, okay, आप इसको अगर ये चीज बोलने का ट्राई करोगे तो जो कोड देगा वो कभी रन नहीं करेगा. It will have maximum errors because it's a complex problem. But if you ask him, break down the problem into small parts, write code to open a camera, code दे देगा. Write code to find faces on the camera, code दे देगा. Write code to find features from those faces, code देगा. आपको इन कोड को combine करते आना चाहिए. Okay, it won't combine those codes for you because उसकी भी एक length limit है, वो उस limit के बाद नहीं निकाल सकता. Okay, let's see. Now we have got the code at the output. Let's see if it works or not. Copy the entire code from here. And paste inside the online tool. And let's see if it works. See, when it's 330, angle is 75, it says. If you make it 345, let's see what the angle becomes. 137.5. So it's approximately giving you the correct output. If I say 3 p.m. or 3:00, क्या आना चाहिए output? 90 should give us 90. Okay, so because of these tools, अगर आप कहीं logic में भी अटक रहे हो, या आपको लग रहा है कि logic में से नहीं हो पा रहा है, you can directly use that logic to create those. Okay, give me one more example. जो आपने कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नेट में पढ़ा हुआ आपको नहीं समझ में आया. Something of civil. कोई ऐसे calculation to calculate say strength of a beam. Okay, we try that. Okay, so what we can do is we can give BART a simple statement. Please write Python code to estimate strength of concrete, for example. देखिए मैंने तो बहुत जनरल स्टेटमेंट दिया है. स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ कंक्रीट एज मैम माइट नो, वो निकालने के लिए बहुत सारे तरीके होते हैं, बहुत सारे इनपुट लगते हैं. ये आपको एक सिंपल रिजल्ट देगा. ये गेव यू दैट कि आपको उसको बात करने सीमेंट, वाटर, सैंड, ग्रेवल और वो आपको फॉर्मूला लगा के फॉर्मूला करेक्ट just refresh or re-give the command. Please write Python code to Ashwin, strength of concrete. It will give you the code. Just copy this code from here, paste on the Python window, and check if it is able to give you the output. Okay, something else, something from electrical department. Some problem that you are not able to solve. कोई ऐसा कोड जो आप देते हैं स्टूडेंट्स को करने के लिए in HVDC. Yeah, let's say to find out PhD of a circuit, you can try that. Okay, so if we just give a code to find out, please write Python code to the PhD किसका निकालना है? Let's say IEEE bus system पर है. IEEE which one? Putting to estimate PhD of IEEE 14 bus system. देखिए मैं आपको सिर्फ एक जनरल स्टेटमेंट दे रहा हूँ. People from those branches might know कि ये निकालना कितना tricky होता है कभी-कभी, but it will be able to give you the code for the same. Okay, so वो क्या बोल रहा है कि I don't have access to that particular thing, but I can provide you general outline steps to do that. उसमें आपको एक code दिया निकाल के. What we can do is we can modify this query a bit. Assume that the bus system, I will do something else of any power system. Even if it's not able to understand the thing, it will at least give you the flow or the process to find that particular thing. Okay. Is there anything from mechanical, sir? Any code that you want to find in mechanical? Manufacturing feature activity. Of what? Pneumatic parts. देखिए इसमें हमको कोड दे दिया यहाँ पे हार्मोनिक फाइंड करने का of a particular component, and based on the circuit you can modify the code. Okay. Let's say if we want to find out so any theorem in like your field that you want, or we have electric car, right? So what we can do is write Python code to find battery efficiency of EVs. Okay, so based on your input, it will try to generate codes. Most of the time, codes are error-free. Okay, you can test and try this thing out on your own inputs. आप ये भी कर सकते हो कि आप उसको एक खुद का सिस्टम दो इनपुट में and you tell them to write the code based on that system. You can do that. अगर कोड समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, you can give that code to this particular UI. It will help you to explain the code. Okay. With that, I think we can wrap up the session. I think we learned about semantic parsing at the first part of session. A little bit of theory. Then we started with ChatGPT. We tried to understand what are the capabilities and limitation of ChatGPT. जब हमने इसको import किया था stock वाला Geo तो नहीं find कर पाया था. Then we gave some application of ChatGPT, right? Analyzing some data that we have. Second, to generate SQL databases. Third, to make PPTs in the form of graphs and in the form of visualizations. Lastly, we did was we tried to give it some codes, some problem statements, and based on that, it was able to generate the error-free code of those statements. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes of time. If you have any kind of specific query that you wanted to ask, you can ask me right now. With regards to generative AI or with regards to scalability limitations, कुछ query है कि ये काम कर सकता है क्या? तो we try that. और अगर नहीं कर सकता तो फिर why it can't do it. एक बार रिक्वेस्ट कीजिए फिर से आया नहीं. Okay. Same query pass कर रहे हैं? Okay. अब same query on this is. Please write Python code to find out estimate strength of concrete. Perfectly okay, so it should come. मैं तो आ रहा है. I'll just rewrite the query again. Okay. Secondly, you can also ask this particular AI to generate data in multi-language form. Okay. If you have, say, a contact in Germany and you want to write a letter to that particular contact without using Google Translate, you can do it with the help of this particular UI. Okay. For example, if you want to write something like this, please draft a thank you note for my German friend. So based on that, you should be able to generate a thank you note in Germany, your German language. And see, it did that. You can always copy this particular text and see how it looks in English. And go to translate and see what it generated. Yes, what it said is in German language, it is not able to understand what thank you note you want. It is it because your friend gave you a gift or something? So I'll just say he gave me a gift.
Are they connected?
What?
Application
No, this is a sandbox. Yeah, a very good question, ma'am. Can you capture or can you connect these tools with social media? No. This particular AI is a sandbox. Sandbox means it's restricted to your own machine or your own profile. You can't even connect to profile with it. Okay? Because it is why because have you watched the series Silicon Valley? Someone? Yeah. So very good. So उसमें क्या होता है ना? They have made an AI which can access all their chats and based on their chats can actually respond to your new input chats. Okay. So that is possible with ChatGPT, but because of its like destructive power or its destructive capabilities, engineers have followed something called as the ethical code of AI. The ethical code means what? Do not give it so much control that it can do things which are not productive in nature. Okay? So that's why it's not allowed to connect your LinkedIn or social media with this.
I will get the photo of someone by just sending to you.
No, no,
It's an
no. It's a the personal thing, so you get it.
I type something to that.
Amitabh Bachchan is okay, but if you
In here right now, generating image of something.
that's okay because that's a public figure. But if I say that please fetch the Facebook photographs of someone else, it won't do it. Yeah, that's okay. You give it to give this yes to it. Please.
How is it done for this public figure service? Where is the database? Where will access it?
Database is from Google.
It's connected to sites of
No, Bard is from Google. So Bard has the entire power of Google. But ChatGPT has its own language model, a large model.
even ChatGPT is generated with the machine.
Yes, but 4.0, not 3.5. The famous 4.0.
That is that ChatGPT is starting from where to
It might be having its own database. We don't know. It will create the folder, no? See, it's owned by Sam Altman and people like Tristan. So they have large databases. Big. Okay, because it's a actually it's an infringement of privacy. Sometimes it might not. You cannot even generate synthetic images of X-rays or MRI because that's a like medical data. Any abstract images like a scenery, like a cat walking in a park, that's okay. That you can make, but not complex images like that. Anything else? Okay. So I think we are done with the particular session. In case of any query, you already have my contact details. I think कल किसी ने मेरे को SMS भी किया था, ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया आप लोगों ने? एक को आया हुआ लगता है. Yeah, I am sending the reply to you. If you have messaged on the 4th and 7th number, वहाँ से reply आ गया होगा. If you message on that number 960, reply आ जाएगा आपको. Okay, because that's an office, so it will come to you. Yeah. We have a group in Nagpur of deep learning where these guys can join and they can ask the queries of deep learning. Queries, or they have, if they want to know about the job opportunities, everything is there. It's a WhatsApp group. Yeah. So, regarding project titles, how many of you have finalized project titles? None of you? Okay. So you can ask ChatGPT as well or ask Bard as well to provide you with project titles. It will give you the titles on your particular area. For example, if you want the titles on, say, security, so it can give you some titles like so give you the titles and you can use those titles for your own project. Oh, yeah, this will be plagiarized. You should not use this content anywhere in your documentations. This content will always come under plagiarism because it is already present somewhere, fetching from there. Okay, so you can only it will give you these interests of the areas, but for specific things you have to read papers and do your research. Okay. Anything else you want to ask? Yeah.
So जैसे part and the B है तो जैसे image provide provide images तो ChatGPT for data.
Okay, so ChatGPT had the first mover advantage. When ChatGPT was there was no BART, there was no AI. After ChatGPT came in, these guys jumped into the board. So it had that power to give you in charge from when
ChatGPT also providing.
No, so see, ChatGPT 4.0 will do, ChatGPT 4 will do, but 4.0 has a different use case. 4.0 has a lot of data analytics built into it. अगर आपको कोई creativity काम करना है तो उससे कर सकते हैं. People have made their own GPTs with ChatGPT. Means जो अभी आप ChatGPT use करते हो, that's a plain GPT, right? उसको आपके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता है. People have made GPTs like a song within GPT. Yeah. So what that will do is you will just give it a rhythm like pride and honor, and it will create a song based on pride and honor. Okay, so that's the main power. And now ChatGPT has gone to ChatGPT Ultra. And Ultra version is for teams. Let's say 2 or 3 people want to share their prompts together. They can do it with the help of the ChatGPT Ultra. So it's even more costly.
Code Python. Mostly errors are there.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to say. No, see, ChatGPT आपको error नहीं देगा आपको. Error कब देगा अगर आप उसको बहुत बड़ा काम करने बोलो. For example, आपने उसको बोला generate a code to find attendance of a class. Okay, तो वो तो बहुत बड़ा code है, right? You have to group that code into small codes and then give it one code at a time. तो बताया पहले कि आपको अगर बड़ा task है, divide it into small tasks and give that particular thing to GPT. It will work much better. For creative people, like Developers free version में ठीक है. For creative people like song artists, story writers, people who want to make good images. I don't think so. Personal. Yeah, you can come question that as an individual or as a company. I think, no problem. It has about 23 numbers per month. Per month. Yeah, two other. Yeah, one subscription per month. But for us engineers, I think the free version is more than sufficient. We don't need the paid version. The paid version में जो features है वो use नहीं करेंगे. Okay, it is more for the creative types and more for the people who want to do some pianos or songwriting or movie writing, something like that. Good for those people who want to make good images in GPT. They can do that with the for GPT-4. Okay. क्या क्या है? Yeah, that is a deep fake. जो पीएम मोदी का वॉइस जनरेट किया या ये जनरेट किया है विद द हेल्प ऑफ दैट वो डीप फेक है. डीप फेक अभी इसके अंदर नहीं है. अलग टूल है बट इट्स एआई ओनली. इट्स ओनली है. अभी आप देखिए जब दिवाली आई थी तो दिवाली में क्या हुआ, शाहरुख खान का एक वीडियो चल रहा था जगह पे, आपके कपड़े खरीदेंगे तो इस शॉप से खरीदें और वाली शॉप का नाम बोलता है. ओके, लेकिन वो एक शॉप से नहीं कर सकता. तो एआई यूज करके उन लोगों ने शाहरुख खान का वीडियो बनाया और वहां पे सिर्फ उसका लिप मूवमेंट था वो चेंज कर दिया फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर शॉप नेम. तो दैट्स द एप्लीकेशन ऑफ सच डीप फेक. Deep fake is a very different topic. मतलब it's not linked with what you can say the ethical AI. It's something like unethical AI that people use, but they can also use it for good purposes. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
How can we control generative AI the deep
I don't understand.
because it is unethical.
Yeah.
Control that.
You can't control that. If someone has made a deep fake of your voice, you can always get that voice and you can put it in code, but nothing will happen. In India, nothing will happen, but if it's US, actually something can go. तो यहाँ पे सोर्स ट्रेस करना वो डिफिकल्ट है बिकॉज ऑफ दी मैसिव पॉपुलेशन एंड इवन इफ द सोर्स गेट ट्रेस जो जितने बनाया उसको ट्रेस करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. Anything else you want to ask? I think it's done. So we'll meet back in the next session on the next workshop whenever it is. You have been a good audience. All the best with your ChatGPT and the AI stuff. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Participants can come and share their feedback for today's session, morning and afternoon. Manish sir, please share.
I should really thank sir for the wonderful session he conducted throughout the day, like yesterday also and today also. And like whatever he has covered, for me as a mechanical engineer, so it was first time I encountered all these things. And I can say that whatever I learned these two sessions about chat GPT and autoencoder especially, so now I can feel the application of these things in my area also, and also I can start working on that from some point of time. So thank you, sir, and thank you for your energy. Whatever with this type of audience, so it was a wonderful session. Really. Thank you, sir.
Deepa madam, Raghavendra, madam.
personally very thankful to sir. The way he teaches us a lot, and now we can at least how to use ChatGPT more effectively. We can understand this. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right?
Anyone? Monali? Oh,
Ashwin, I'm very much thank you for the session. All the concepts are very clear about the generative AI. Thank you for this all.
thank you, sir. I, as a participant, would like to thank you. The sessions were very informative and many new things and tools we got. Actually, we just used to see the names of those tools, but actually how to use those tools we as teachers also have learned today. So I think from all different domains, you have covered the session very nicely, keeping in mind the faculties are from different domains. That was also a very plus point of this today's sessions, I think. Even the programming was taken from very scratch so that we found it very easy to develop even the higher complex problem statements. So lab sessions, theory sessions, all were very informative. Thank you on behalf of department and college, and hope to see you again in next activities. Thank you so much. Sincere appreciation letters from department. At 10:30, college campus itself. It's for everyone, all the participants. All have to come. Thank you all for your understanding.